Hello there, my moonlit wanderers. Tonight, we drift back further than memory, to a time before the darkness had a name. This is the story of the Mikkelsen family, the first vampires, the most powerful creatures the world has ever known, and the most beautifully, tragically broken. 1,000 years of love and betrayal, of vows made and shattered, of a family that could survive anything except themselves. So, close your eyes, breathe slowly, and let the oldest story in the vampire world carry you gently into the dark. Always and forever begins now. Before the fangs, before the blood, before the 1,000 years of running and grief and destruction that would make the Mikkelsen name the most feared in the entire supernatural world, there was a family, a real one, made of wood smoke and cold mornings and the sound of children laughing in a language the world has long since forgotten. This is where the story of the originals truly begins. Not with monsters, not with power, not with the ancient and terrible mythology that would grow up around their name across the centuries that followed. It begins with people. Ordinary people who loved each other imperfectly, who feared the dark beyond their fires, who buried their dead and told stories to their children, and wanted nothing more complicated than to survive the winter and watch those children grow into something better than themselves. Understanding that beginning matters. It matters because everything the Mikkelsens became, every act of cruelty and every act of devotion across 1,000 years of existence traces its roots back to this place, to this family, to the particular shape of their love and the particular nature of their wounds, both of which were formed long before the night that changed them forever. You cannot understand the monsters without first understanding the people they were before the darkness got inside. The man who would become Mikkel was a Viking warrior of considerable reputation, a figure of genuine standing in the settlements along the Scandinavian coast. He was not a gentleman by nature, had never been, and had never particularly aspired to be. He had been shaped by a culture that valued strength above sentiment, that measured a man's worth in his endurance and his willingness to face pain without flinching, that viewed tenderness as something to be expressed only in private and only to those who had fully earned it. Mikkel had grown up in that world and had become precisely the kind of man it was designed to produce. Fierce, proud, capable of great loyalty, and equally capable of great cruelty, depending on which side of him you happen to be standing on. But he loved his wife. Whatever else was true of Mikkel, in those early years, before grief hollowed him out and rage filled the hollow space, he genuinely loved Esther, and he loved his children with the particular intensity of a man who does not easily give his heart and therefore protects what he has given it to, with something approaching violence. The family he had built with Esther was the organizing fact of his existence, the thing that justified everything else, the center around which his considerable strength and ambition arranged themselves. Esther was something rarer and more complicated than a warrior's wife. She was a witch, and not in the fearful, whispered sense that the word would carry in later centuries, when witches were hunted and burned and driven to the edges of civilization. In her time and her community, her power was understood as something that existed in the world alongside everything else, something that some women inherited through their bloodlines and learned to use through study and practice, and the particular quality of attention that magic demands. Esther's power was real and significant, rooted in the natural world, and drawn from the understanding that all magic flows from nature, and that nature, in exchange for the gifts it grants, always extracts a corresponding price. She knew this. She had been taught it. She believed it, in the way that one believes things that have never yet been truly tested. She was also, beneath the power and the careful learning, a devoted mother. The love she had for her children was not the abstract, dutiful love of obligation, but something immediate and consuming, the kind of love that makes a person capable of terrible things in the name of protection. That quality of her love, its ferocity and its willingness to go further than wisdom counseled, is perhaps the most important thing to understand about Esther. It is what made her great and what made her catastrophic, sometimes in the same moment. They had 6 children together, or so the world believed, and in the ordinary texture of daily life they were exactly what they appeared to be. Finn was the eldest son, serious and steady in the way that firstborns sometimes are, as though the weight of being first has pressed them into a particular shape that cannot be undone. He was not the most vivid of the brothers, not the one who commanded attention or filled a room with the force of his personality, but he was reliable in the deepest sense of that word, the kind of person whose loyalty was not given casually and therefore could be counted on absolutely. He held his feelings close, expressed them rarely, and trusted that those who mattered would understand him without requiring him to explain himself. It was a quality that served him in some ways and isolated him in others, as and across the long centuries that followed, that isolation would curdle into something darker. Elijah was the second son, and even as a child he carried himself with a natural dignity that seemed less like something performed and more like the simple outward expression of who he fundamentally was. Where Finn's steadiness was quiet and internal, Elijah's was active and relational. He was the one who mediated disputes between his siblings, who translated his father's silences for the younger children, who understood without being told what each person in the family needed at any given moment. He was honorable in the way that some people simply are, not because they have been lectured into virtue or are seeking approval, but because the organizing principle of their character is genuinely oriented toward doing what is right, even when it is inconvenient. Elijah would carry that quality across 1,000 years, and it would save the family repeatedly and cost him personally in ways that never quite tallied. Then there was Niklaus, the third son, and in many ways the most vivid and the most complicated of all the children, even before the darkness found him. Klaus, as his siblings called him, was the one who made the room laugh. He was the one who could capture with a piece of charcoal and a flat stone the exact expression on his brother's face, or the particular way the trees looked at the edge of the settlement in winter, with an accuracy that seemed like it should require more years and more practice than he had. He climbed too high and ran too fast, and asked questions that adults found inconvenient and could not seem to contain the energy that moved through him at all hours. He was also, beneath all of that restless vitality, deeply sensitive in the way that certain people are who present the world with an energetic surface because the interior is too vulnerable to leave exposed. Klaus was closest to Henrik, the youngest of the boys, with a particular bond that sometimes forms between two siblings whose personalities complement each other so precisely that they seem designed for the pairing. Henrik was gentle where Klaus was wild, observant where Klaus was expressive, content in small moments where Klaus was always reaching toward larger ones, and they balanced each other with the easy, unconscious grace of people who have never had to work at understanding one another. Klaus protected Henrik with the fierce, slightly overbearing love of an older sibling who has decided that this particular person is his specific responsibility in the world. Henrik adored Klaus with the uncomplicated admiration of a younger brother who sees the best version of someone and does not yet know enough about the world to locate the shadows. Cole was the fourth son, and he was dangerous even as a child, though the danger wore a charming face that made it easy to underestimate. He was sharp-tongued and quick-witted, with a facility for finding the exact thing that would provoke any given person, and the reckless willingness to deploy that knowledge without much consideration of the consequences. And there was a wildness in Cole that the family structure could contain but never eliminate. A quality of wanting more sensation, more chaos, more of everything that the ordinary rhythms of life could provide, that would define him across every century he lived through. Rebecca was the youngest and the only daughter, and she grew up in the particular position of someone who is beloved by everyone and fully understood by no one. Her brothers adored her, each in his own way. Her father was protective to the point of suffocation. Her mother loved her with a devotion that sometimes looked more like projection than genuine attention. And Rebecca herself, from her very earliest years, had a quality of wanting things with her whole heart and her whole self. Not power, not immortality, and not the things that would eventually be offered to her in exchange for her humanity, but the simpler and more elusive things. Love that chose her freely, a home that stayed, a life that was genuinely her own, rather than the life that circumstances and family loyalty constructed around her. They came to the new world not in the spirit of adventure, but in the spirit of flight. This distinction matters. The journey across the ocean was not made by people seeking conquest or expansion or the particular thrill of the unknown. It was made by a family trying to escape a threat they could not neutralize by staying. In the old world, the Mikkelsons had lived in proximity to a werewolf clan, and the relationship between the two communities had been deteriorating for years with the slow inevitability of two things that occupy the same space and cannot ultimately coexist. Mikkel had made the decision that he always made when a situation became untenable. He moved. He gathered his family and his determination, and he carried them somewhere the old trouble could not follow. The land they arrived in was not empty, and the people already living there were not strangers to the supernatural. Among the established communities of the New World settlement lived another werewolf clan, one of the most significant in the world, whose relationship with their own nature was old and complex, and deeply integrated into how they understood themselves and their place in existence. The arrival of the Mikkelsen family required negotiation and careful navigation, and an uneasy but functional coexistence eventually emerged. The adults maintained their boundaries with the deliberate consciousness of people who understand that peace between different kinds of power requires constant tending. The children, as children reliably do, were less careful. Klaus was drawn to the world on the other side of the boundary in a way that went beyond curiosity. He spent time with the families of the werewolf clan, learned their stories and their ways, was welcomed by young people whose company he genuinely enjoyed. He learned things about the world from this community that his own family had never taught him. And in the particular openness of a young person who has not yet decided what kind of man he intends to be, he absorbed those things deeply. What none of them understood, what the visible world gave no indication of, was that Klaus's draw toward this community was not entirely chosen. It was also inherited. It was written into the biology that Esther had spent years carefully concealing, the secret that lived in his cells and expressed itself in his affinities before it ever had the chance to express itself in anything more obvious. Henrik died on a night that began like other nights and ended like a wound that never properly healed. He and Klaus had gone to watch the werewolves transform under the full moon, concealed at what they believed was a safe distance, doing the reckless thing that their shared adventurousness had been quietly building toward for some time. They had been drawn to the spectacle of it, and the sheer impossible spectacle of human beings becoming something else entirely. And the young do not have the same relationship to danger that experience eventually teaches. Something went wrong. The details do not survive the centuries with complete clarity, but the outcome is absolute. Henrik was killed. Klaus carried his youngest brother home through the dark of that night, arrived at the family's door with blood already cooling on his hands and a grief on his face that was too large and too adult for someone his age. And the family he walked back into was never quite the same family again. Mikael's response to Henrik's death was the response of a man whose emotional range had always been narrow, and who, when the unbearable arrived, could only route it through the channels already available. His grief became rage with a speed and completeness that left no room for the softer mourning that his surviving children desperately needed from him. He turned outward, as he always did, and the werewolf clan bore the full focused fury of what he could not metabolize as sorrow. Esther's grief moved differently, traveled inward and downward, into the deep place where her power lived, and her worst ideas waited for the right moment of desperation to make them seem like solutions. Ayana was a witch of great power and greater wisdom who lived in the settlement, and Esther went to her with the outline of what she was contemplating. Ayana listened, and then Ayana refused, with the kind of clarity that comes from understanding something deeply rather than simply feeling it. What you are describing will work, Ayana told her, in the sense that it will accomplish the technical thing you intend, but the price will be higher than you can calculate right now. Nature will not simply allow this. What you create will be powerful beyond anything that currently exists, and nature will respond by making them vulnerable in ways you cannot anticipate. And the balance that magic requires will collect what it is owed, not immediately but eventually, across time and generations, and in ways that will reach further than your family. Do not do this. Esther did it anyway because her children were still alive, and she intended to keep them that way, and because the particular combination of grief and love and the absolute certainty that she was acting in her family's best interest had closed off her ability to hear the warning she was receiving. The ritual she performed was one of the darkest workings in the history of her craft. It required wine laced with the blood of Tatia, a young woman from the settlement whose bloodline carried an ancient and concentrated power, and who was loved by both Elijah and Klaus in the complicated way that a single remarkable person sometimes occupies the hearts of more than one person at the same time. It required Mikkel's willing participation in the act of killing, his sword driven through each of his sleeping children quickly and cleanly, ending their human lives so that the transformation could begin. And it required each child to drink from the white oak tree, the one tree in that region that nature itself had imbued with the specific power of permanent life. The same tree, and this would matter enormously later, that could also permanently end the lives it had helped create. Only nature would construct immortality and its own antidote in the same object. The family woke into bodies that were simultaneously theirs and entirely foreign. The world arrived with a new intensity, every sound sharper, every smell more layered and complex, every sensation amplified past the point of anything their human experience had prepared them for. Their bodies were stronger than stone and faster than anything living had a right to be, and the thirst arrived alongside all of that power like a bill presented for payment. They learned what they needed. They learned it in the way that creatures learn the fundamental requirements of their nature, which is to say urgently and not always cleanly. The world of humans, the world that had been their entire existence, reconfigured itself around them into something they moved through rather than something they belonged to. For a brief and suspended time, despite the violence of the transition and the horror of the thirst, and all the losses that the new existence immediately made apparent, the family remained together and recognizable. They were changed profoundly and permanently, but they were still the Mikkelsons. They were still the people who had made the crossing together, who had built a life in a new world, who had loved each other across the whole of their human lives. Then Klaus's first kill activated the werewolf nature that Esther had spent years hiding, and the truth that had been waiting under the surface of their family's life finally broke through into the open. The signs were unmistakable once they appeared. Klaus felt something beneath the vampire hunger, something older and more animal and connected to the bloodline he carried from a man he had never been told about. When the evidence became undeniable, when Mikkel looked at his third son and understood what he was seeing, Esther told him the truth of the affair and of Klaus's actual parentage. She told him about Ansel, the man from the werewolf clan, whose blood ran through Klaus. She told him everything she had hidden for all the years of Klaus's life. What followed was not only Mikkel's rage, though that was devastating and immediate, and expressed with the full force of a man whose grief and pride and sense of betrayal had all been activated at once. What followed was also the quiet, terrible, permanent withdrawal of the thing Klaus had believed he had. A father's love, the particular assurance that comes from being claimed by someone, from being seen and chosen. Mikkel had given that, and now he took it back, and the taking was thorough and absolute, and done without the mercy of ambiguity. Esther bound Klaus's werewolf side with a curse layered deep in the most powerful magic she could access, suppressing the part of him that expressed his true heritage. locking it away where Mikkel could not see it, and the family's secret could be maintained. She meant it as protection. Klaus experienced it as the confirmation of what his stepfather had just told him with his cruelty. That part of who he was needed to be hidden, that he was not acceptable as he actually existed, that love was a conditional arrangement that could be restructured when the conditions changed. The white oak tree was burned at Esther's instruction. The family stepped forward into the dark of their new existence, and in the quiet of that first terrible morning, Elijah stood beside his brother, beside Klaus, whom he had grown up with and would not abandon regardless of bloodlines or revelations. And he said the words that would become the Mikkelsen family's defining vow and their defining burden across every century that followed, always and forever. The words were true when Elijah said them. They were given freely from the most genuinely loving part of his character to a brother who needed desperately to hear that something remained solid in the world. Klaus received them like a person who has been told they are drowning receives a rope with his whole body, with everything he had. He held onto those words across 1,000 years, through every betrayal and every cruelty and every act of destruction. Returned to them when everything else had collapsed, built his entire understanding of loyalty and love around them. Neither of them understood yet what it means to make a vow in a moment of devastation, that the love is real, and so is the wound it was born to cover. And you cannot, across however many centuries you carry the vow, fully separate one from the other. The family walked forward. The story was only beginning. They woke up wrong, and they knew it immediately. Not wrong in the way that a fever makes the body feel foreign, not wrong in the way of illness or injury, both of which carry within them the implicit promise of eventual return to something recognizable. This was a different kind of wrongness entirely, in the wrongness of a thing that has been permanently altered at the level of its fundamental nature, the way a piece of metal is wrong after it has been held in fire long enough, still itself in some recognizable sense, still carrying the shape of what it was, but changed in every property that actually matters. The Mikkelsen children woke from Esther's ritual into bodies that belonged to them and did not belong to them simultaneously, and the first moments of that new existence were a disorientation so complete that none of them had language for it, because no language had ever needed to exist for this particular experience before. The world arrived differently. This was the first thing each of them registered, before the thirst, before the strength, before any of the specific discoveries that the hours and days ahead would deliver. The world simply arrived with a new and overwhelming intensity that the senses they had been born with had never been designed to process. Sound came in layers, not just the immediate sounds of the room they woke in, but sounds from distances that should have been inaccessible. Sounds separated and distinct where before they would have blurred together into background noise. A conversation happening across the settlement, the particular rhythm of individual heartbeats from every person within a considerable radius, the movement of animals through the undergrowth at the edge of the tree line. Every sound sharpened to a clarity that was almost painful in its precision, like the difference between looking at a distant object with the naked eye and suddenly having it placed directly in front of your face. Smell was worse, or perhaps more accurately, smell was more. The information carried on the air was suddenly encyclopedic. each scent broken down into its component parts and delivered with an urgency that bypassed conscious consideration and spoke directly to something more primitive. They could smell the wood of the walls around them, the earth beneath the floor, the specific human scent of every person in the settlement differentiated from every other. And beneath all of it, threaded through everything like a single note played under a complex piece of music, they could smell blood. Not the blood of wounds or injury, but the living blood of living people, circulating through the bodies of every human being within range. And that smell was not simply information, it was a summons. The thirst arrived with the blood smell. Or perhaps the thirst had been there from the first moment of waking, and the blood smell was simply the thing that gave it a direction. Either way, what the Mikkelsen children felt in those first conscious moments of their new existence was a hunger unlike anything their human lives had contained. Human hunger is an inconvenience, a signal from the body that can be deferred and negotiated with and distracted from. This was not that. This was a need that seemed to occupy every part of the body at once. A burning in the throat that radiated outward through the chest and behind the eyes. An emptiness that insisted on itself, with a relentlessness that made thinking about anything else almost impossible. Mikkel had known what to expect, or something of what to expect, because Esther had prepared him, ere he moved them through the immediate crisis with a brutal practicality that was both effective and revealing. This was how Mikkel handled the unbearable, by converting it immediately into a series of tasks to be accomplished. The family fed for the first time. The details of those earliest feedings are part of what the Mikkelsen history does not examine too closely, belonging to the category of necessary horrors that the surviving members of the family learn to file away in the part of memory reserved for things that happened and cannot be undone and serve no purpose to revisit. They fed. The thirst receded to something manageable, a constant presence rather than an overwhelming emergency, an ache rather than an agony. And they began the slower process of learning what they had become. The strength was the next discovery, and it came with the particular shock of things that exceed every frame of reference you possess. Emmett picking up a stone that should have required 2 men to lift, and finding it effortless, moving across a distance in a fraction of the time that distance should require, the body covering ground with a speed that felt less like running and more like thought, the decision to be somewhere and the immediate translation of that decision into physical reality. The strength and speed were not simply larger versions of human capability. They were categorically different. The way flight is not simply faster running, but an entirely different relationship with the physical world. Each sibling moved through these discoveries differently, and watching how they each responded to the new existence they had been given without being asked, reveals something essential about who they each fundamentally were. Finn received his new nature with the quiet, serious attention he gave everything, cataloging it, assessing it, trying to understand its implications. But beneath the careful assessment, those who knew him well enough could see something else. A reluctance, a quality of a man accepting a reality he does not particularly want, submitting to it because there is no alternative, but not finding in it the exhilaration that some of his siblings clearly did. Finn had loved his human life. He had found meaning in its specific textures and its mortal rhythms, What he had been given in exchange was power he had never asked for, and a permanence that felt less like a gift and more like a sentence. Elijah moved through the transition with the same active relational orientation that had always characterized him, turning his attention outward almost immediately to assess how his siblings were managing, positioning himself as a stabilizing presence before he had fully processed his own experience of the change. There was something admirable in this and something heartbreaking simultaneously. The eldest responsible brother, even in the first hours of his immortal existence, making sure everyone else was accounted for before allowing himself to fully arrive in his own new reality. Klaus burned. This is the only word that accurately describes how the transition moved through him. Where some of his siblings seemed to be learning the dimensions of a new room, Klaus seemed to be on fire with the whole of it. Every new capability registering as a kind of ecstatic intensity. Every discovery amplifying the restless energy that had always moved through him into something almost unbearable in its force. He was faster than his brothers, which delighted him. His strength exceeded even Mikhail's, which he did not acknowledge directly, but which registered in the slight straightening of his posture when he realized it. And beneath all of that came the wolf. The werewolf nature that Esther had bound with her curse did not reveal itself all at once. It made itself known gradually in the first hours after the transition, in ways that Klaus initially experienced without understanding their source. An additional quality to the physical power, something more animal and instinctive beneath the vampire strength. A connection to the natural world that differed from his siblings' experience of it. Something that felt less like an enhanced human sense, and more like a second set of senses he had never known he possessed. He felt it without being able to name it, and he mentioned it to Esther with the straightforward curiosity of someone reporting a new experience, expecting an explanation. Esther's face, in that moment, was a document of everything she had done and why and what it had cost her to do it. The first kill triggered it fully. In the chaos of those earliest days, in the violence that the thirst demanded, and that the family was still learning to manage, Klaus fed, and his first kill as a vampire activated the dormant werewolf heritage that his mother's magic had been suppressing since before he was old enough to understand what it meant. The change that moved through him was not the full transformation. Esther's binding held against that, but the evidence was undeniable. The signs of a second nature surfacing beneath the vampire, reaching for expression, pressing against the boundaries of the curse, with a biological insistence that magic could contain but could not entirely erase. Mikhail saw it. Of course Mikhail saw it. He had the trained eyes of a warrior and the particular alertness of a man who had been carrying a secret suspicion for longer than he had admitted to himself. He looked at his third son in the aftermath of that first kill, and he understood what he was seeing. And he turned to Esther, and she told him the truth. The conversation between Mikhail and Esther in those hours is one of the fault lines on which the entire Mikkelsen history turns. What was said between them has never been fully recorded, belongs to the private devastation of a marriage confronting its defining betrayal, but the consequences radiated outward through centuries. Mikhail's response to the revelation was not grief, or if it was grief, it converted to something else so rapidly that the grief was never visible. What was visible was rage, and beneath the rage something colder and more permanent, a reclassification. Klaus, who had been his son, became in Mikkel's internal accounting something else, not simply someone else's child, something that needed to be destroyed. The cruelty with which Mikkel communicated this reclassification to Klaus was not incidental. It was deliberate, the expression of a man who understood precisely where another person's vulnerabilities were located and who chose to drive into them with the same focused intentionality he brought to combat. Klaus had known, on some level, that something had shifted the moment his werewolf nature became visible. He had seen the change in his stepfather's eyes before the words came, but hearing it stated plainly, having the conditional nature of the love he had believed in made explicit, landed with a force that no physical blow could have approximated. Esther cast the binding curse in the immediate aftermath, deep and powerful, layering her strongest magic over the part of Klaus that expressed his true heritage. She suppressed the werewolf nature, locked it down beneath the vampire, made it invisible to casual observation and inaccessible in normal circumstances. She told herself and told Klaus that she was protecting him. Klaus heard the deeper message, the one she had not intended to send but sent nonetheless, that the truth of who he was needed to be hidden, that he was only acceptable in the edited version. The white oak tree was burned. Esther gave the instruction and it was carried out. The one object in the world capable of permanently destroying her children, reduced to ash. Or so everyone present believed. The Mikkelsons would discover in later centuries that the world is not so easily tidied, that the things you believe you have eliminated have a tendency to persist in fragments and remnants and waiting in the dark for the moment when their existence matters most. Esther created daylight rings, channeling her power into the jewelry she pressed into each of her children's hands, solving the problem of the sun, the beautiful, indifferent sun that turned their transformed skin into something that announced rather than concealed what they were. The rings allowed them to move through daylight as they always had, to maintain the performance of ordinary life, to pass among humans without the immediate evidence of their difference catching the light. She was meticulous in her maternal attention, even in the wake of everything that had just happened. And this, too, is part of who Esther was. The capacity to continue caring for the practical needs of the people she loved while simultaneously having done the things she had done. On the family's first weeks were a violent education. They learned the rules of their new existence, not from any established guide, but from direct encounter with each new discovery. They learned about invitation, the strange and specific boundary that prevented them from entering a dwelling without being asked, the invisible architecture of human homes that meant something different now than it had before. They learned about the white oak as their one true vulnerability, though the tree was ash by then and the knowledge was primarily theoretical. They learned about the dagger, the white oak ash daggers that could neutralize an original vampire, plunging them into a death-like sleep, a weapon that would later become one of the most significant and repeatedly deployed instruments in the family's internal history, but though none of them knew that yet. They learned about the sire lines, or began to understand them, though the full implications would take longer to become clear. When any of them turned another person into a vampire, that new vampire was connected to them in a fundamental way, their continued existence dependent on the original who had made them. If an original died, the vampires of their line died with them. This made each of the Mikkelsen siblings not just powerful individually, but consequential in a way that went beyond their own survival. They were each, in effect, carrying the continued existence of everyone they had ever made within them. It was a responsibility that none of them had agreed to, and that complicated every dangerous situation they would ever find themselves in. Across every century of their long lives, and through all of this, in the specific texture of those first weeks, something else was being quietly established. The siblings were drawing closer together in the way that shared extremity tends to produce. The experience of navigating something unprecedented, creating bonds that ordinary circumstance could not have forged as quickly or as deeply. They had each other in a way that was different from their human siblinghood, more immediate and more necessary, because the world as it now existed for them was one that very few other beings could understand. They were alone in their new nature in a way that made the family less a choice and more an oxygen supply. It was in this context that Elijah spoke the words to Klaus. Not in a grand ceremony, not with the weight of formal declaration, but in the quiet of an ordinary moment, or when Klaus was sitting with the specific stillness of a person who has received information that has changed the architecture of everything and has not yet built anything new in its place. Elijah sat beside him, and he told his brother, in the simple and unambiguous language of genuine love, that nothing had changed between them, that the blood or the lack of it made no difference to the fact of their brotherhood, that he, Elijah, was with Klaus, would remain with Klaus, would choose Klaus always, over whatever the world or their family's complicated history attempted to interpose between them, always and forever. The words were a gift given freely from the most decent part of Elijah's character. They were also, though neither brother understood this yet, the beginning of a chain, because a vow that beautiful, and made at a moment that devastating, does not simply exist as a promise. It becomes a load-bearing wall in the architecture of the person who receives it, the thing everything else is built against. Klaus would return to those words across 1,000 years, would use them to justify and to demand and to forgive and to condemn, would hold them up as the standard against which every act of loyalty and betrayal would be measured. The words were true when Elijah said them, and they remained true across everything that followed, and they were also, in ways neither brother could have anticipated, standing in the ruins of their human lives, the most consequential thing anyone would ever say to Klaus Mikkelsen. The sun rose on the second morning of their immortal lives. The settlement was quiet around them, and the family moved through its early hours with the careful, deliberate attention of people learning to inhabit a world that looks familiar and is entirely new. They were the first. There was no one to teach them, no established community of their kind to offer guidance or warning or the comfort of shared experience. They were making the map as they walked into unmapped territory, and every step carried the possibility of a discovery that would change the terms of everything. What they could not have known, standing in those first cold mornings of forever, was how long forever actually is. How many thousands of individual days would accumulate into centuries. How many times they would build something worth having and watch it fall. How many times the vow would be tested and the family would fracture and the love would survive even the fractures, damaged and irregular but persistent in the way that only the deepest things persist. They were the first vampires in the world. They were a family who had just survived the worst thing that had ever happened to them. They were 6 people, bound by blood and by choice, and by a magic their mother had woven through their very cells without asking permission. The night that had changed them was over. The long story of what they would do with what they had become was only just beginning. 1,000 years is not a metaphor. It is not the kind of number that gets deployed for dramatic effect. The way people will say they have been waiting forever when they mean 20 minutes. Or that something has been going on for ages when they mean a few difficult months. 1,000 years is an actual measurement of actual time, and the Mikkelsen siblings lived every day of it, each day added to the accumulating weight of all the days before, the centuries stacking up behind them like a landscape they had crossed and could not return to, and could never quite stop seeing when they looked back over their shoulders. The weight of that much time is not something human experience equips anyone to imagine. Even the Mikkelsen siblings themselves, who were living it, found that the accumulation resisted comprehension, that a century felt different from inside than it appeared from outside, that time did not flow evenly when you had too much of it, and that some years stretched into what felt like decades, while some entire decades collapsed into the texture of a single undifferentiated season. What they carried across those 1,000 years was not only power, though they had more power than almost anything else alive. It was not only the accumulating knowledge of centuries, though they gathered that too. Languages absorbed until each of them spoke dozens fluently, skills refined across generations of practice, the particular quality of understanding that only comes from having watched the world reorganize itself around you more times than you can easily count. What they carried, most essentially, the thing that shaped every century and colored every decade and expressed itself in every relationship and every decision across 1,000 years of existence, was the specific damage of their beginning. The wounds inflicted in those first terrible days did not heal the way human wounds heal. They calcified. They became structural. They became the architecture inside which everything else was built, and no amount of time or distance or accumulated experience changed the fundamental blueprint. The defining feature of those 1,000 years was movement. Constant, exhausting, perpetual movement. The rhythm of settling and being found and running, repeated so many times across so many centuries and so many countries that it stopped being a series of events and became instead the fundamental texture of what their lives actually were. It was not the movement of people exploring or seeking or following ambition towards some horizon of possibility. It was the movement of people being chased. As there is an enormous difference between those two kinds of movement, in what they do to the people who experience them, in what they accumulate into across the decades, in the particular kind of exhaustion they produce that is not physical. Because the Mikkelsens did not tire physically, but psychological, existential, the weariness of a soul that has been denied the simple human luxury of staying somewhere long enough to truly belong to it. Mikkel was the engine of that movement. What he became in the centuries after the transition is one of the most significant transformations in the entire Mikkelsen mythology, because he had begun as something recognizable, a grieving father, a betrayed husband, a man whose love had been converted to cruelty by the specific alchemy of pride and pain. And he became something that exceeded the ordinary categories of villain or antagonist. He became an obsession made flesh. He hunted vampires with a ferocity and consistency that earned him a reputation across the entire supernatural world, becoming the figure that vampires used in the way that humans use the concept of death, as the absolute, the unavoidable, the thing that comes for you eventually regardless of how fast or how far you run. The vampire who hunted vampires. The father who became the nightmare that all other nightmares deferred to. But his particular hunt, the one that never rested and never softened across 10 full centuries of pursuit, was Klaus. Understanding why requires sitting with the specific nature of what had happened between them, because a pursuit lasting 1,000 years cannot be explained by simple cruelty or straightforward hatred. Simple cruelty does not sustain itself across that kind of time. It burns out, or it transforms into something else, or it finds a new object. What sustained Mikhail's hunt for Klaus was something more complex and more painful than hatred alone. It was the particular agony of a man who had loved genuinely and discovered that the love had been built on a foundation he had never consented to, that every memory of genuine feeling had been contaminated retroactively by the revelation of the affair. Mikhail had not simply lost a son when the truth about Klaus's parentage emerged. He had lost every version of himself that had loved that son and had been made into a fool in his own memory, had had his love used as cover for a deception that ran to the very roots of his family's existence. His cruelty toward Klaus was not the cruelty of indifference. It was the cruelty of a man who felt his most genuine feelings had been turned against him, and who had no mechanism for processing that except to convert it entirely and permanently into its opposite. So he hunted, and the siblings ran. The pattern established itself in the first decades and simply continued, with the specific terrible logic of things that have hardened into habit through century after century across the length and breadth of the known world. The family would find a place, some city or settlement or stretch of countryside, where the circumstances were favorable to where the particular combination of climate and population and available hunting made the performance of ordinary life possible. They would settle into it with the careful, practiced efficiency of people who have done this many times before and understand exactly which investments of energy are worthwhile and which are premature. They would construct the outward architecture of belonging, relationships with the people around them, routines that made them seem consistent and knowable, the small daily textures that distinguish a place where you live from a place where you are merely located. Klaus would find things to love about wherever they were, because Klaus always found things to love. This was one of the most consistent and most heartbreaking facts about him across 1,000 years of running, that his appetite for beauty and connection and the specific pleasures of the world he moved through never diminished, regardless of how many times those pleasures were taken from him. He loved cities the way some people love people, with an intimate particular attention to their specific qualities, their architecture and their energy, and the way light moved through their streets at different times of day. He painted obsessively and brilliantly, filling canvases with the places and faces that caught his attention, creating a record of the world he had passed through that accumulated across centuries into something extraordinary. The art was not simply a hobby or a skill. It was how Klaus processed existence, how he held on to the things the running kept taking, how he maintained his connection to beauty in circumstances that were often profoundly ugly. Rebecca would find someone to love. This too was as consistent as anything in the Mikkelsen story across 1,000 years. Rebecca's heart, inexhaustible and undeterred by the accumulating evidence that his desires would not be permitted to be satisfied. She fell in love in the way that only people who have not learned self-protection yet can fall in love, with her whole self, without reservation, without the careful hedging that experience tries to teach. A nobleman in the 15th century who looked at her as though she was the only thing in the room worth looking at. A soldier in the 16th whose straightforward decency reminded her of the human life she had lost. A merchant's son whose curiosity about the world matched her own. Each time, the story ended in the same way. Mikkel's arrival, or the necessity of running, or Klaus's intervention, or simply the grinding reality that she could not stay and could not take anyone with her, and could not explain to anyone she loved why forever was not available to them in the form they imagined. The accumulation of those losses across 10 centuries was not simply sadness, though it was that. It was the specific erosion that comes from wanting something precise and good and being denied it so systematically that the wanting itself begins to feel like the cruelest feature of your existence. Elijah moved through the centuries in the particular way of someone who is committed to a position and will not be moved from it regardless of the evidence that accumulates against it. His position was Klaus. His commitment was the vow. He spent 1,000 years as his brother's most consistent defender and most devoted protector. The one who believed most persistently in the version of Klaus that existed beneath the cruelty and the control. The one who kept making the argument that the family deserved better from Klaus, while simultaneously ensuring that Klaus never fully faced the consequences of his worst behavior. Elijah was the buffer between Klaus and every external force that might have provided the resistance necessary for genuine change. And he was that buffer because he loved his brother genuinely, and because the vow was real. Yes, and because he had made a promise in the ruins of their first terrible morning, and he was constitutionally incapable of breaking a promise once given. This made Elijah, across 1,000 years, simultaneously the most admirable member of the family and in some ways the most complicated. He had genuine moral seriousness, a real and consistent commitment to doing what was right, a quality of honor that expressed itself even in impossible circumstances. But he also spent 10 centuries enabling the person he most loved to avoid the full weight of his own actions. And the line between standing by someone and shielding them from consequence is a line Elijah crossed so regularly that it eventually became invisible to him. He would be forced to reckon with this eventually. Everyone is. Finn's centuries were the quietest and the most terrible. He spent the majority of them not living at all, in any meaningful sense, but stored, daggered, and placed in a coffin by Klaus, the white oak ash dagger in his chest, keeping him in a death-like suspension, while the world continued without him, and the family managed without him, and the decades accumulated around his frozen body without his knowledge or consent. when the total is calculated across the full span of his immortal life. Finn Mikkelsen spent more than 900 years in that coffin. More than 900 years of existence erased, not by death but by storage, by the decision of a brother who found his eldest sibling's moral disapproval inconvenient and solved the inconvenience in the most permanent available way short of actual murder, and the specifics of what Finn thought and felt when he was periodically woken. For Klaus did occasionally release him, for reasons of his own that generally had more to do with Klaus's needs than with any consideration of Finn's experience, are not fully preserved by history. But what they produced over time is visible in the man Finn eventually became when his story reached its conclusion. A person of immense capacity for love, who had been denied almost every opportunity to express it. A person whose moral seriousness equaled Elijah's, but whose experience of immortal life had been so comprehensively stripped of anything worthwhile that the moral seriousness had curdled into something that looked more like contempt. Finn did not hate his siblings, not exactly. He had simply arrived across the accumulating centuries of loss and isolation and unwanted existence, at a place where the idea of ending it all seemed less like tragedy and more like mercy. Cole burned. Through every century, he was awake and present. Cole moved through the world with the consuming intensity of someone who has decided that sensation is the only honest response to existence, that the only things worth having are the things you can hold in the present moment, that the long view is for people who trust the future to be better than the present, and he had no such trust. He was violent with a casualness that alarmed even his siblings, capable of slaughter on a scale that created problems for the family's careful maintenance of their secret, unwilling to tear apart anything that frustrated him or bored him or stood between him and whatever he wanted in a given moment. He was also magnetic in the way that genuinely dangerous people sometimes are, possessing a charm so natural and so complete that it functioned almost like a supernatural gift, drawing people toward him even when every instinct they had should have been directing them away. Cole spent significant stretches of the centuries daggered for much the same reason as Finn, though the justification was different. Where Finn was daggered for moral inconvenience, Cole was daggered for practical inconvenience, his reckless destruction threatening to draw the kind of attention the family could not afford. The daggerings themselves deserve more attention than they are sometimes given, because they are among the most revealing facts about Klaus across the centuries, and about the specific nature of the damage that the Mikkelsen family carried. The white oak ash daggers were extraordinary weapons, capable of neutralizing an original vampire indefinitely, producing a complete suspension of consciousness and physical activity that could last for whatever duration the person who held the dagger chose. Klaus possessed these daggers. Klaus used them. He used them on Finn and on Cole and on Rebecca, the three siblings who at various points in various centuries had done something that crossed a line Klaus had drawn, or threatened an action Klaus wanted prevented, or simply become inconvenient to whatever Klaus was building or protecting or pursuing at a given moment. The cruelty of this practice was not simply in the act itself, although plunging a dagger into the chest of a sibling who trusted you represented a profound violation of the vow that was supposed to govern everything between them. The deeper cruelty was structural, embedded in the nature of the experience rather than the moment of it. Each sibling who was daggered woke to find time had passed without them. Years, sometimes, or decades, or in Finn's devastating case, centuries. They woke into a world that had continued its transformation without their participation, surrounded by changed circumstances and sometimes entirely new faces, carrying the disorientation of a person who's been absent from their own life and must reconstruct what they missed from the evidence left behind. And layered beneath the practical disorientation was the knowledge, the specific and undeniable knowledge that the brother who had made them a vow of always and forever, who had declared them the most important thing in his existence, had decided on this occasion that his own convenience outweighed their right to be conscious and present in the world. That knowledge does not simply dissipate upon waking. It accumulates, each daggering adding to the total adding to the distance between what the vow promised and what the relationship actually delivered. Rebecca was daggered too, and her daggerings carry a particular weight precisely because her love for Klaus was so enormous and so genuine and so persistent, despite every reason to diminish it. She was the sibling who defended Klaus most instinctively and most emotionally, who felt his pain as her own and his victories as hers, who was constitutionally oriented toward him in the way that only the most devoted siblings are. And Klaus used the dagger on her anyway, when she fell in love with someone he did not approve of. When she made a choice he considered a betrayal. When keeping her present and conscious became more complicated than the alternative. Each time she forgave him. The forgiveness itself is revealing. It was not weakness, and it was not delusion about his character. It was the expression of a love that had simply decided it would not be ended by evidence, that it would persist regardless of what the evidence accumulated, that always and forever meant something even when the person who had first said it was demonstrating that he was not always capable of living by it. The world changed around them with a pace that accelerated across the centuries, history moving faster and faster as the centuries progressed, civilizations rising and collapsing and being replaced by new ones that in their turn rose and collapsed. The Michelsons moved through the medieval period and into the Renaissance, absorbing the particular beauty of Italian cities during their flowering, the extraordinary concentration of art and architecture and intellectual ambition that made the 15th and 16th centuries in certain parts of Europe among the most vivid periods any of them had encountered. They moved through the Reformation and its wars, through the age of exploration and the violent expansion of European power into new parts of the world, through the upheavals of revolution in the 18th century and the industrial transformation of the 19th. Each era offered new texture, new languages to learn, new forms of beauty and new forms of cruelty. The Michelsons were present for all of it, witnesses to the full breadth of human history, never quite belonging to any of it, always passing through. They created vampires as they went, as vampires inevitably do, and the sire lines that extended from each original grew longer and more complex with every decade. Every person Klaus turned carried his bloodline into the world and created connections and obligations that extended far beyond the individual act of transformation. Every vampire Elijah made was bound to him in a way that made Elijah's survival a matter of consequence to people who had never met him, and might never meet him. The Mikkelsen siblings were not simply powerful individuals navigating history. They were the roots of entire populations of supernatural beings whose continued existence depended entirely on the originals remaining alive. This biological and magical fact would become, in later centuries, one of the primary instruments through which enemies attempted to control them. The leverage of the sire lines, the threat that killing an original meant killing everyone connected to them. Through all of it, across every century and every country, and every version of the life they built and abandoned and rebuilt elsewhere, Mikkel hunted. His pursuit never showed the slightest sign of fatigue or diminishment. He was sustained by it in the way that other things are sustained by purpose. The obsession functioning as the organizing principle that kept him moving and focused and alive across a span of time that should, by any reasonable measure, have either resolved the pursuit or exhausted it. He found them repeatedly in places they had believed were safe, at moments when the family had allowed themselves the dangerous luxury of beginning to feel settled. He arrived like weather, like the specific kind of disaster that cannot be predicted precisely, but whose eventual arrival can never be entirely forgotten. And each arrival reset the pattern. Scatter, regroup, establish somewhere new. Begin the careful construction of belonging again. Wait for the next finding. Klaus and Mikkel's relationship across these centuries is one of the most psychologically complex elements of the entire mythology, precisely because it was not simply predator and prey, not simply monster and victim. It was father and son, like in the most damaged possible configuration of that relationship, each defining the other across 10 centuries in ways that neither could escape and neither could resolve. Klaus had organized enormous portions of his character around the wound of Mikkel's rejection, had built his need for control and his possessiveness and his compulsive creation of loyalty as direct responses to the original experience of having love withdrawn. And Mikkel had organized his entire existence around the destruction of the thing that had made him feel like a fool, the living evidence of his wife's betrayal and his own credulity. They needed each other in the way that a wound needs its cause, not to be healed, but to remain comprehensible. By the time the family arrived in New Orleans in the early 19th century, in carrying all of this behind them, 1,000 years of movement and loss and love expressed badly and vows broken and siblings daggered and places abandoned, there was something that defied simple categorization. They were the most powerful supernatural beings in existence. They were also a family so comprehensively shaped by damage that their love expressed itself almost as often in cruelty as in tenderness. A family that had been running so long that the concept of home had become theoretical rather than experiential. Something they remembered having once and could describe in detail, but could no longer quite feel from the inside. New Orleans changed that. Not immediately, not cleanly, not without enormous cost and complication, but New Orleans gave the Mikkelsens something that 10 centuries of running had made them believe was no longer available to them. A reason to stop. New Orleans arrived in the Mikkelsen story the way certain things arrive that turn out to matter enormously. Not with fanfare, not with any immediate signal that this particular place would be different from all the places before it, but with a quality of atmosphere and energy that caught each of them somewhere below the level of conscious thought, and held on with a persistence that none of them had anticipated, and none of them entirely understood. The family had moved through extraordinary cities across 1,000 years of displacement. They had walked the streets of Rome and Constantinople and Paris, and cities whose names have since been swallowed by time, and had witnessed the full range of what human civilization produces when it is at its most ambitious and most beautiful. They were not, by any reasonable measure, people who could be easily impressed by a city. And yet New Orleans impressed them. It did something to each of them that the other cities, for all their grandeur, had not quite managed to do. The city, in the early 19th century, was unlike anything the family had encountered in their 1,000 years of moving through the world. It was loud and layered and genuinely, irreducibly contradictory. A place where French colonial architecture pressed up against Spanish influence, and both were permeated by the extraordinary cultural force of the African and Caribbean communities that gave the city its specific and irreplaceable soul. Its music and its food and its particular relationship with the spiritual world that made everywhere else seem, by comparison, slightly flat. New Orleans existed at a crossroads that was not only geographical but metaphysical, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead had always been understood differently than they were understood elsewhere, where the relationship with mortality was negotiated in public and with ceremony, and without the tight-lipped discomfort that characterized how most of the world handled the fact that everything ends. The dead were buried above ground because the earth was too saturated to hold them. And this was not experienced as a macabre inconvenience, but as simply the way things were done here. The local understanding made visible in the architecture of the cemeteries that lined the streets like small white cities within the city. Music moved through every part of it at all hours. This is not a poetic description, but a literal one. Sound was simply organized differently in New Orleans than it was anywhere else, spilling from buildings and filling streets and mixing with the sounds of commerce and argument and celebration in a way that made the whole city feel like a living instrument being continuously played. Klaus heard it and felt something shift in him that had not shifted in a very long time. Not the careful provisional affection of a man who has learned across centuries to hold his attachments loosely because experience has taught him they will be taken, but something more immediate and more dangerous than that, something that bypassed the defenses entirely and arrived directly at whatever was left in him that could still be moved without calculation. He loved New Orleans immediately and completely, with the full consuming love of someone who has found a precise environment that corresponds to the interior of his own character. Vivid and contradictory and beautiful and dangerous, and absolutely unwilling to be anything other than exactly what it is. He walked through the French Quarter in those first weeks with the particular quality of attention he brought to things he intended to keep. His artist's eye cataloguing the specific textures of the city in the way he catalogued everything that mattered to him, storing it in the visual memory that would eventually produce canvas after canvas of the streets and faces and particular quality of light that made New Orleans itself. He felt something he had not felt in a very long time, possibly not since the human life that had been taken from him in that first terrible ritual performed by a mother who believed she was saving him. He felt at home, not the theoretical, remembered home of a person who understands the concept from the outside, but cannot access the feeling from within. An actual, present, immediate sense that this was a place he could stop running in. A place worth building something permanent in. A place whose specific gravity was strong enough to hold him. Elijah felt the city differently, even as he felt most things differently from Klaus. With his attention moving outward almost immediately from the aesthetic and the emotional toward the structural and the political, toward the existing systems of power and relationship that any new environment contains, and that Elijah, across 1,000 years of navigating complex social landscapes, had developed an exceptional ability to read quickly and accurately. New Orleans in the 1820s was already an extraordinarily complex, supernatural landscape, layered in ways that would have been overwhelming to anyone without the centuries of experience required to see the layers clearly and understand how they related to each other. The witch community was established and powerful in a way that was specific to the city and could not simply be transplanted elsewhere, and their magic rooted not in individual practice, but in the accumulated spiritual presence of every witch who had ever lived and died in New Orleans across generations of devotion and sacrifice. The ancestral plane, the collective consciousness of the dead, accessible to the living through ritual, and the particular magical infrastructure that the city's history had built, gave the New Orleans witches a source of power that was communal and ancient and deeply embedded in the geography of the place itself. They were not simply practitioners who happened to live in the same city. They were connected to each other and to the land in a way that made them, as a community, considerably more formidable than any individual witch's power would suggest. The Crescent Wolf clan occupied the bayou outside the city with the fierce, unsettled authority of people who have held a territory for so long that the territory and the people have shaped each other into a mutual expression of the same thing. They were the most significant werewolf pack in North America, ancient in their lineage and proud of it, maintaining a careful and occasionally contentious relationship with the supernatural world that pressed against their borders from the city on one side and the wilderness on the other. They were not interested in being governed by anyone and had the collective power to make that preference felt by anyone who tried. Their connection to the land, to the specific geography of the Louisiana Bayou, gave them a rootedness that was simultaneously their greatest strength and the thing that made them most vulnerable to anyone willing to use their attachment to place as a point of leverage against them. Vampires moved through the French Quarter in numbers, drawn by the city's energy and its particular quality of permissiveness, its historical willingness to contain multitudes without demanding that any of them become simpler or more manageable than they actually were. They existed in a complex and often tense relationship with the witches, competing for influence over a city that both communities had significant claims on, their interests overlapping in some areas and directly conflicting in others. The human population moved through all of this largely unaware of the supernatural architecture that structured so much of the city's actual life, and the maintenance of that unawareness was one of the ongoing projects that required constant attention from every faction that understood the stakes of exposure. Rebecca arrived carrying the particular wariness of someone who has been disappointed enough times to have developed a genuinely complicated relationship with optimism. She saw what her brothers saw. The beauty and the energy and the extraordinary quality of the city's atmosphere that made it feel qualitatively different from every other place they had passed through. And she saw, out with the specific perception of someone who has watched Klaus fall in love with places and ideas and people across 10 centuries, and understands exactly what that looks like from the outside, that this was different in scale and depth from his previous attachments. Klaus did not simply find New Orleans appealing. He wanted it with the totality he brought to wanting things, wanted to possess it and shape it and be shaped by it, wanted to plant himself in its particular soil and grow something that would last past the next appearance of Mikhail on the horizon. Rebecca understood both the beauty of that desire and, with the accuracy of someone who has watched the same pattern repeat across 1,000 years, the precise ways in which it was likely to become complicated. She was wrong on either count. She rarely was about Klaus. The Michelsons established themselves in the city's existing power structure, with the smooth, practiced efficiency of people who have navigated complex political landscapes across centuries and have developed an almost instinctive sense of where to apply pressure and where to offer alliance, and how to make themselves simultaneously useful and indispensable to the people already in positions of authority. Klaus was exceptional at this in a way that went beyond strategy, because his appreciation for the city was genuine, and that genuineness expressed itself in his interactions with its inhabitants in a way that pure calculation could never quite replicate. He was not performing warmth toward New Orleans and its people. He genuinely felt it. He was also, simultaneously, and without experiencing any contradiction between the two things, positioning himself methodically to become the city's king. For Klaus, loving something and wanting to govern it had always been expressions of the same impulse rather than competing ones. It was in this city, in the specific context of those first years of building something worth having, that Klaus found Marcel. The boy was perhaps 10 years old when Klaus first saw him. Small for his age, mixed race in a city whose social hierarchies around race were enforced with a brutality that was entirely ordinary to everyone who participated in them. Being beaten in the street by a man who had decided the boy had done something that warranted that response. The people around them were exercising the particular skill that people in unjust systems develop of not seeing what is directly in front of them. Klaus stopped it, and the calculation involved was not complex. A child was being hurt. No one was helping. The situation was within his power to address. He addressed it. What made him stay? What made him look more carefully at the boy, who was still standing in the aftermath with blood on his face and a composure that most adults twice his age would have struggled to maintain, was something more specific than general sympathy. Marcel Gérard, even at 10 years old, even in circumstances that had given him every reason to be diminished, had a quality about him that was immediately and unmistakably apparent to anyone paying real attention. He was intelligent in the way that announces itself without effort, and the kind of intelligence that expresses itself in the quality of observation a person brings to everything around them, rather than in the performance of cleverness. He was dignified in a manner that his circumstances had not produced and could not easily take away. And he was alone in the specific way that certain children are alone, not simply without company, but without people who have claimed them, without the particular knowledge that someone has looked at them clearly and decided they are worth the investment of genuine attention and care. Klaus looked at Marcel clearly, and Klaus decided he took the boy in with a completeness and a seriousness of commitment that surprised even Elijah, who had watched Klaus across centuries and believed he understood the outer limits of what his brother was capable of offering another person. He taught Marcel with the full investment of someone who has found unexpectedly a person worth transmitting everything to. Not a selective curriculum chosen to produce a useful ally, but the whole of what Klaus had learned across 1,000 years about how to move through the world, how to read power and cultivate it, how to build loyalty and maintain it, how to be formidable without becoming brittle, how to love a place and make it love you back, combat and strategy and the subtler arts of political navigation, the supernatural world in its full complexity, explained and contextualized rather than simply revealed. The history that most of the supernatural community only knew in fragments, given to Marcel whole, and in the specific detail that Klaus himself had lived through. The love that developed between them was the most uncomplicated love Klaus had known since Henrik, and this is saying something significant about its quality, because the uncomplicated love is the rarest and most valuable kind for someone constituted as Klaus was. He had spent 1,000 years loving his siblings with a ferocity constantly tangled up with control, loving places with an intensity that always carried the shadow of the running, loving ideas and art with a passion that was genuine but ultimately solitary. What he felt for Marcel had none of those shadows. He was proud of him in a way that contained no anxiety about being surpassed, no competitive edge, no concern that Marcel's excellence reflected on Klaus's position in any way that needed managing. When Marcel grew and learned and exceeded expectations, and Klaus felt something that was simply cleanly warm. It was perhaps the purest expression of love that Klaus Mikkelsen produced in the entire span of his immortal life. Marcel received this love with the specific intensity of a child who has been waiting, without entirely knowing he was waiting, for exactly this. He was loyal to Klaus with a totality that genuine love and genuine gratitude can produce when they occur together in the same person, toward the same object, willing to follow him into situations that any objective observer would have identified as dangerous, willing to defend him against criticism that was often entirely well-founded, willing to be shaped by him in ways that went to the foundations of his character. He absorbed not only what Klaus taught him explicitly, but what Klaus modeled implicitly. The way he moved through a room, the way he assessed people, the way he held power, as though it were his natural element rather than something acquired. Marcel became, across those years in New Orleans, something very close to the person Klaus would have been if the 1,000 years of damage had not accumulated the way they had. He became the best version of what Klaus had made him. And Klaus looked at him and felt something that the centuries of running and cruelty and grief had made very rare. He felt hopeful. Rebecca's relationship with Marcel grew alongside this, developing with the gradual naturalness of two people who find in each other a recognition that does not require explanation. She watched him first with the careful attention she brought to anything that mattered to Klaus, assessing whether this extraordinary investment her brother was making in a human child was something she needed to be concerned about, or something she could simply allow herself to be glad of. What she found, as Marcel grew and the years accumulated was that her attention had shifted from assessment to something warmer and less strategic. Marcel understood longing in the specific way that Rebecca understood it. The desire for belonging, for love that does not come preloaded with conditions, for a life that feels genuinely chosen rather than constructed around you by forces you cannot control. They recognized each other in this, and the recognition was the foundation of something that grew by slowly and with the particular care of two people who both had reason to be careful with their hearts into genuine love. This love, real and deep as it was, existed in a context that made it dangerous in ways neither of them fully allowed themselves to examine. Klaus's possessiveness toward Rebecca was a documented and consistent feature of his character across centuries. His difficulty separating love from ownership, his tendency to treat the people closest to him as extensions of himself, whose choices needed to align with his preferences. And Marcel was the person Klaus loved most in the world outside his siblings. The idea of those two loves combining, of Rebecca and Marcel choosing each other, sat in Klaus's emotional landscape as a threat to a stability he was not equipped to examine rationally, or he could not have articulated precisely why it disturbed him. He simply knew, in the way that deeply irrational things are sometimes simply known, that he did not want it. The years in New Orleans were the closest thing to a golden period that the Mikkelsen family had known since before the transition. They were not without conflict. The management of the city's supernatural factions was a constant negotiation, and the Mikkelsens' internal dynamics continued to produce the friction that 1,000 years of accumulated grievances reliably generates. But there was a quality to life in the city that was different from what had come before. They were not running, they were building. Klaus was producing art in quantities that suggested genuine peace of mind, or filling the walls of the home they'd established with paintings that captured the city across seasons and hours and weather, creating a record of belonging that he had never been settled enough to produce anywhere else. Elijah was engaged with the governance of the city's supernatural community in ways that allowed his particular qualities, the patience, the principle, the genuine commitment to structures that lasted, to express themselves fully. Rebecca was happy in the way that she was only happy when she was loved and knew it, moving through the city with a lightness that her siblings had not seen in her for decades. Then Rebecca called Mikkel, and the golden period ended. The circumstances that produced this decision were not simple, and doing justice to Rebecca requires understanding them in their full complexity, rather than reducing her action to simple treachery. Klaus had intervened in her relationship with a man she loved, had ended it with a particular finality available only to someone with his power, had removed what she wanted because he had decided it conflicted with something he wanted more, had done to her what he had done to her across centuries, and what she had, across those centuries, repeatedly absorbed and forgiven and continued to love him through. This time was different. Something in the accumulation had reached a threshold that Rebecca herself perhaps did not see clearly until she was already past it, had crossed from grief and anger into the territory of a person who has decided that the only available response to an unbearable situation is to change it by any means accessible, consequences to be assessed afterward. She contacted Mikkel. She told him where they were, gave him the location, that the family had been protecting with their perpetual movement for a century, handed the hunter the coordinates of the home they had finally allowed themselves to believe was safe. She did this knowing what Mikhail was and what he would do with the information. She did it anyway. And in the space between those two facts lives one of the most consequential and most human acts in the entire Mikkelsen story. The moment when even the deepest love, pressed past the point of what it can absorb, becomes briefly and catastrophically something else. And Mikhail arrived in New Orleans with the full force of everything he had been accumulating across the centuries. The obsession and the power and the absolute single-minded focus of a hunter who has been given the location of prey he has been pursuing for 100 years. The city that Klaus had built, the careful balance he had constructed and maintained across decades of patient governance, the life that had been the most genuine approximation of home any of the Mikkelsens had found since the Viking settlement, where they had been human. It came apart with the speed and completeness that Mikhail's arrivals always produced. The family scattered. There was no other viable option. When Mikhail came with his full intent, the only response that kept everyone alive was to run. And so they ran. But not before Klaus found out what Rebecca had done. He learned who had given Mikhail the location. He learned which of his siblings, the one whose love for him had been one of the most consistent and most generous facts of his long existence, had made the call that destroyed the one place he had truly belonged to. The damage this did to something fundamental between them was the kind that persists regardless of subsequent forgiveness, because it confirmed for Klaus the fear he had carried since the very first betrayal. The fear that had been installed in him by Mikhail's withdrawal and his mother's curse and every subsequent loss. That even the people he loved most were capable of destroying what mattered to him when the pressure was sufficient. That love, however genuine, had limits he could not see in advance and could not protect against. Marcel was turned before the family fled. Herr Klaus gave him the choice, transformation or the loss of everything the city had meant to him. And Marcel chose transformation with the clarity of someone who knows immediately what he values most. Klaus left him there as the only remaining Mikkelsen presence in a city the family was being driven out of. The son in place of the father, the inheritor of everything that had been built, now charged with maintaining it alone. Marcel built his own kingdom across the century that followed, and he built it well. He took everything Klaus had taught him and added his own intelligence and his own style and his own understanding of what the city needed from whoever held its power, constructing a New Orleans that was genuinely his rather than simply inherited. He was a good king in the ways that Klaus had taught him, and also in ways that were purely his own. And across that century, the city became Marcel's in the deep sense, the sense in which a place becomes yours not through claim, but through devotion. The Mikkelsens continued their displacement, carrying New Orleans behind them in the specific way you carry the places that have mattered most. Not as a memory exactly, but as a permanent alteration in the self, a before and after with the city as the dividing line. They would return. They always return to the places that changed them. The thing that brought the Mikkelsens back to New Orleans was not revenge, though revenge was available, and some of them would have found it sufficient motivation. It was not the pull of nostalgia, though the city lived in each of them, the way places that have mattered most tend to live. Not as memory exactly, but as a permanent alteration in the self, a geographical fact embedded in the emotional architecture. What brought them back was something none of them could have predicted, something that did not fit into any category their 1,000 years of existence had prepared them for, something so fundamentally new that even Klaus, who had seen virtually everything the world contained across 10 centuries of living in it, did not have an adequate response to it in the first moments after learning it was true. Klaus had fathered a child. The news arrived through channels that were themselves significant, not through any direct contact, not through a conversation Klaus had sought or consented to, but through the witches of New Orleans, who had discovered the pregnancy before the mother fully understood its implications, and who had decided, with the particular pragmatic ruthlessness of people accustomed to treating supernatural events as resources to be deployed, that this information was the most valuable thing they currently possessed. Jane Ann Devereaux was the witch who moved first, who reached out through the supernatural network that connected the witches of New Orleans to the broader world, who set in motion the sequence of events that would bring the originals home. She paid for the attempt with her life. Marcel's rule over the French Quarter was enforced with a consistency that did not make exceptions for good intentions, and the prohibition against unsanctioned magic was absolute. By the time Elijah arrived in New Orleans to hear what the witches had to say, Jane Ann was already dead, killed in the street as a demonstration of what Marcel's authority meant in practice. Her sister, Sophie Devereaux, delivered the information instead, standing over Jane Ann's body with the particular composure of a person who has decided that grief will have to wait until after the work is done. She told Elijah what she knew. She told him about the werewolf girl, about the pregnancy, about the impossible biological fact of what the child would be if it was allowed to be born. And Elijah, who had spent 1,000 years as the person in the family most consistently oriented toward hope, who had made a practice across 10 centuries of finding the argument for possibility when everyone around him was finding the argument for despair, understood immediately what this meant, not just as a political development, not just as a tactical situation requiring a response, as something genuinely new in the world. He went to Klaus with it, and this was its own act of courage, because bringing Klaus news that intersected with his most defended vulnerabilities had never been a reliably safe undertaking. Klaus's first response was what anyone who knew him well would have predicted. Flat dismissal combined with the specific contempt he deployed toward things that threatened to matter to him before he had decided whether to allow them to. A child was impossible. He was a vampire. The biological mechanics did not support it. Whatever the witches were claiming, they were either wrong or they were running a manipulation sophisticated enough to require examination rather than acceptance. And then either way, the appropriate response was skepticism rather than the credulity that Elijah was apparently prepared to offer. Elijah waited. This was something he had learned to do across centuries of dealing with Klaus. Not to push against the initial resistance, which was like pushing against a wall and achieved approximately the same result, but to wait for the resistance to do its work and then speak into the space that appeared when it had. He told Klaus what he believed, quietly and without drama, in the way he said the things he was most certain of. The child was real. The pregnancy was real. And what that meant, if Klaus was willing to consider it, without immediately deciding how he felt about it, was that something existed in the world that had never existed before. A piece of Klaus's future, a continuation, a life that carried forward something that all the centuries of running and destruction and survival had not produced and could not produce through any other means. Klaus did not agree, not immediately, not with anything approaching the wholehearted acceptance that the situation perhaps deserved. But he went. He went because Elijah asked him to, and because Elijah's certainty about things that mattered had never, across 1,000 years of shared existence, proven to be unfounded. And he went beneath the dismissal and the contempt and all the other layers of defense, because something in him that had been waiting without his knowledge or consent for exactly this kind of news had registered it in a place he could not entirely close off, regardless of how many protective responses he deployed over the top of it. And New Orleans received their return with the specific atmosphere of a place that has been waiting without acknowledging that it was waiting. The city looked like itself and felt different, the way a room feels different when you return to it after a long absence, when the proportions of your memory do not quite match the proportions of the actual space, and the adjustment between the two produces a disorientation that is not unpleasant exactly, but is undeniably strange. Marcel had built something real here in their absence, something that had its own integrity and its own logic and its own claim on the city's identity. Klaus walked through the French Quarter and saw his own influence everywhere, in the structures of power, in the relationships between factions, in the particular way the city's supernatural community understood itself. And he also saw, layered over all of it, the specific mark of Marcel's own intelligence and personality and priorities. The student had not simply maintained what the teacher built. He had transformed it into something that expressed who the student actually was, and the evidence of that transformation produced in Klaus a feeling he was not immediately equipped to name, that contained both pride and something more complicated and less comfortable. Haley Marshall was not what any of them had expected, which in retrospect is not surprising, because Haley Marshall was not what anyone ever expected. She was a werewolf. That much was known before they met her. A member of a species that the Mikkelsons had long and complicated history with, that occupied a specific position in the supernatural hierarchy, that carried a power that was different in kind from vampire power, and in certain circumstances could exceed it. What was not known from the description, what could not be inferred from the category, was the specific and considerable force of her as an individual person. She had grown up without the pack that should have been her foundation, separated from her biological family through circumstances that had left her effectively alone in a supernatural world that is extraordinarily difficult to navigate without the community your nature is designed to exist within. She had spent years searching for the Crescent Wolf clan, her biological family, the people whose blood she carried and whose history was hers by right, even though she had been denied access to it. This history, the combination of genuine loss and persistent self-directed effort, and the specific toughness that develops in people who have had to figure out everything alone, had produced someone who was not inclined to be managed, who assessed her own situation with clear eyes and acted on that assessment without waiting for permission, who treated the various powerful supernatural beings attempting to use her as a resource with a directness that consistently surprised people who had underestimated her. Everyone underestimated Haley initially. This was a mistake they generally did not make twice. The witch's approach to the pregnancy was revealing about how they understood the situation and about the limits of that understanding. Maya Sophie Devereaux had presented the pregnancy to Elijah as a lever, a piece of information valuable enough to bring the originals back to New Orleans, to motivate Klaus, to help the witches reclaim power from Marcel, to set in motion a series of events that would serve the witches' interests. She was not wrong about any of this in the narrow tactical sense. The information did bring the originals back. It did motivate Klaus, eventually, in ways that exceeded even Sophie's calculations. But the witches' conception of Haley as a component in their plan, as a vessel for the pregnancy, rather than as a person with her own agency and her own interests and her own capacity to reshape any situation she found herself in, was a misreading that would cost them considerably before the larger story was finished. Haley herself received the revelation of the pregnancy's significance, of what the child was and what it meant in the context of the supernatural world, with a combination of the very emotions you would expect from a young woman, learning that the life growing inside her is going to attract the attention of every powerful supernatural faction in the region, and the very emotions you would not expect from someone in that situation, which is to say a fierce and immediate protectiveness that had nothing political about it and everything personal. Whatever the child meant to the witches as leverage, whatever it meant to Klaus as legacy, whatever it meant to Elijah as hope, to Haley, it was hers. That simple and foundational fact organized everything else. Klaus's process of accepting the reality of the pregnancy was neither linear nor graceful, because Klaus's processes of accepting difficult emotional realities never were. He moved through denial and contempt and strategic detachment and periodic engagement with something approaching genuine feeling, and back to contempt again, in the pattern of a man whose emotional defenses are sophisticated enough to recognize a threat and respond to it before the conscious mind has caught up with what is being defended against. The threat in this case was hope. The specific, dangerous, historically unreliable variety of hope that attaches itself to something new and asks you to invest in a future you cannot control or guarantee. Klaus had considerable experience with the consequences of that kind of investment. Across 10 centuries of losing things he had allowed himself to love. His resistance to the pregnancy was not, at its core, about whether the child was real or biologically possible. It was about what believing in the child would cost him if it was taken away. Elijah held the hope steadily, as he held most things steadily, as the person in the family who had decided long ago that the capacity for genuine investment in possibility was worth the cost of the losses it periodically produced. That a life lived in protective detachment was worse than a life lived with full exposure to both the beauty and the devastation that genuine engagement with the world inevitably delivers. He held it for Klaus when Klaus could not hold it for himself, and named it clearly when Klaus was working hardest to obscure it, refused to participate in the performance of indifference that Klaus was staging with significant effort and limited success. The state of New Orleans when the originals returned was a masterclass in the specific political complexities that Marcel had been managing alone for a century. His rule was real and it was effective. built on a set of relationships and enforced agreements that kept the various supernatural factions in a workable, if perpetually tense, coexistence. Vampires were welcome in the French Quarter under Marcel's explicit authority. Werewolves were not, a prohibition that carried its own history and its own logic, and that intersected with the Haley situation in ways that created immediate practical complications. Our witches were permitted to exist in the city, but were prevented from practicing magic beyond the most basic levels, a restriction enforced through leverage that Marcel held over the witch community through his control of something they desperately needed and could not reclaim without his cooperation. The leverage was connected to a young witch named Davina Clare, but her story belongs to the next chapter of this history, where it can be given the space it requires. What matters here is the structural fact. Marcel had built his power on a foundation that included keeping the witch community weak and dependent, and the witches' decision to bring the originals back was directly connected to their need for help dismantling that foundation. And Marcel's feelings about Klaus's return were a layered and revealing document about the relationship between them and about everything that relationship contained and failed to contain. He had spent a century building something of genuine value in the city Klaus had loved, had become a king in his own right, had earned his authority through his own intelligence and effort, rather than simply inheriting it. He was proud of what he had built, with full justification. He was also, beneath the pride and beneath the very real resentment about the manner of the family's departure a century earlier, still fundamentally oriented toward Klaus, in the way that a person remains oriented toward the most formative relationship of their life, regardless of how complicated that relationship has become. And he loved Klaus and resented him and feared him and wanted his approval and rejected the idea that he needed it, sometimes all in the same hour, because that is what it feels like to be the child of someone whose love was real and whose damage was also real, and who never fully resolved the tension between those two things. Klaus assessed Marcel's kingdom with a particular combination of genuine admiration and territorial instinct that complicated everything Klaus did in relation to things he loved. He could see clearly what Marcel had built, could appreciate its intelligence and its coherence, could feel proud of the student in the way he had always felt proud. He also could not help registering that it was his city, that the foundations Marcel had built on were foundations Klaus had laid, and that the knowledge and the style and the fundamental approach to power that made Marcel effective were things Klaus had given him. The admiration and the possessiveness existed simultaneously in Klaus, without apparent contradiction, as they always had. And what they produced between the two men in the early days of the return was a dance of genuine warmth and genuine tension that neither of them could entirely resolve, because neither of them was ready to be fully honest about what the other represented to them. The witches wanted an alliance. Their terms were stated plainly by Sophie, who had no remaining patience for diplomatic indirection after the cost her family had already paid simply to get the originals into the room, help them reclaim their ability to practice magic freely in the city. He helped them break Marcel's hold over the witch community, and they would use their considerable resources to protect Haley and the child from every threat the supernatural world would produce in response to the pregnancy's existence. They would also provide information about the child, about its nature, about what it would be and what it would mean, and what the various factions in the city and beyond it were likely to do once the pregnancy became generally known. Klaus's instinct was to refuse, because Klaus's instinct toward any arrangement that positioned him as someone who needed help was always refusal. Elijah's instinct was to negotiate, because Elijah understood that the witch's resources were real, and the threats to the pregnancy were also real, and that pride was a poor substitute for practical support when the stakes were this high. Between the two of them, in the way they had been navigating disagreements for 1,000 years, they arrived at an engagement with the witch's terms that was neither full acceptance nor full refusal, but the beginning of an involvement that would deepen in complexity with every week that passed. The pregnancy continued to become more real to Klaus, with an incremental, reluctant inevitability that was almost painful to observe from the outside. Each piece of information, each development in Haley's condition, each conversation that forced him to engage with the child as a fact rather than a concept, it worked on him in ways he could not entirely manage or suppress. He heard the child's heartbeat for the first time and said nothing, kept his face carefully controlled, and stood in the specific stillness of a man experiencing something he does not have the emotional vocabulary to process in real time. Elijah watched this and understood it completely, because he had been watching Klaus process difficult emotional realities across 1,000 years and recognized every stage of this particular sequence. He did not push. He did not name what he was observing. He simply remained present, as he had always been present, as the person Klaus would eventually turn to when the defenses had done all they could do, and the thing that was trying to be felt demanded to be felt. And the city held all of this, the returning family and the kingdom built in their absence, and the pregnancy that had made the return possible, and the various forces already beginning to move in response to the news spreading through the supernatural community that a hybrid child was coming into the world. New Orleans had seen extraordinary things across its history. It was about to see more. The Mikkelsons were home, and everything that word had ever meant to any of them, every hope and every complication attached to it across 1,000 years, was about to be tested in ways that would either destroy them or finally, after everything, make them into the family they had always been trying to be. Power in New Orleans was never a simple thing. It was not the clean, a vertical arrangement that the word suggests when deployed in most contexts. One authority at the top, graduated levels of compliance descending from it, clear lines of enforcement running through the whole structure. Power in New Orleans was lateral and layered and perpetually negotiated. A web of competing interests and historical claims and supernatural capabilities that had been pressing against each other for generations and had produced, rather than a hierarchy, something more like a permanent, ongoing argument in which every participant had enough leverage to prevent the others from winning entirely, but not quite enough to win themselves. Marcel had understood this intuitively when he built his kingdom in the Mikkelsons' absence, and in his genuine political intelligence expressed itself in the specific way he had designed his rule. Not as domination exactly, but as the management of an equilibrium fragile enough to require constant attention and strong enough to have held for a century. The French Quarter was Marcel's in the most complete sense available, in a city where complete possession of anything was a theoretical rather than practical concept. His vampires moved through it with the easy authority of people in their own territory, the particular looseness of body and manner that comes from never having to wonder whether you belong somewhere. Marcel had built his inner circle with care across the decades, selecting people whose specific qualities complemented each other and complemented him. Thierry, who was loyal with a consistency that approached the absolute, and whose combat capability made him one of the most reliable enforcers in the city. Diego, harder and more volatile, useful precisely because his willingness to apply force without extensive deliberation made the threat of consequences credible. And Josh, newer and less certain of his place, whose humanity was more recent and whose fundamental decency had not yet been fully processed through the experience of being a vampire in Marcel's New Orleans. Marcel knew his people well, had selected them deliberately, and governed them with the combination of genuine affection and absolute authority that Klaus had once used to govern the city, and that Marcel had absorbed along with everything else his maker had taught him. The witches occupied the other end of Marcel's arrangement, and their position was the most structurally revealing element of everything he had built. They were present in the city, practicing their craft, maintaining the ancestral connections that bound them to the dead beneath the streets, and to the magic that the city's history had accumulated in its soil across generations. But they were hamstrung, their power artificially limited by the conditions Marcel had imposed, conditions maintained through leverage that the witch community could not escape without help from outside, because Marcel had been careful to ensure that every path toward freeing themselves from his control ran through him. The mechanism of that leverage was connected to the harvest ritual, and the harvest ritual was one of the most significant pieces of magical infrastructure in New Orleans, one whose disruption had produced consequences that the city's witch community was still living with when the originals returned. The harvest was an ancient ceremony, practiced by the New Orleans witches across generations, in which 4 young girls were sacrificed to the ancestral plane to restore and renew the community's connection to the dead and therefore to the source of their magical power. The ritual was brutal in the way that ancient magic is sometimes brutal, requiring genuine sacrifice rather than symbolic substitution, demanding blood and death to accomplish the renewal that kept the ancestral connection strong. The girls who were sacrificed would, according to the ritual's design, be resurrected once the harvest was complete, returned to life as the ancestors acknowledged the offering and restored the community's power. Marcel had intervened in the last harvest, preventing its completion, leaving 3 of the 4 girls dead without the resurrection that should have followed. 1 girl had survived, taken by Marcel before the ritual could claim her, hidden in the attic of the St. Anne's Church under his personal protection, kept apart from the witch community and from every other faction that might have wanted to use her. Her name was Davina Claire, and she was 16 years old, and she was the most powerful witch in New Orleans by a margin that was not close. The power she carried was not simply her own. When the harvest was interrupted, the magical energy that should have flowed to the ancestors had nowhere to go, and it had flowed instead into the one surviving harvest girl, concentrating in everything that had been intended for the entire ritual. Davina contained within herself the power of all 4 girls, a quantity and quality of magical force that exceeded what any individual witch should have been able to hold. That made her simultaneously extraordinary and unstable, a vessel carrying more than any vessel was designed to carry. Marcel understood this, understood that Davina's power was both the most valuable resource he possessed and the most volatile, and he protected her accordingly. Not only because the power was useful to him, but because in the specific way that Marcel's character expressed itself in his best moments, he genuinely cared about her. She was a child he had taken responsibility for, and the responsibility was real regardless of the political value attached to it, and Davina's isolation in the church attic was the central fact of Marcel's leverage over the witch community. As long as the harvest remained incomplete, the witches' connection to the ancestral plane was compromised, their power limited to whatever they could generate individually without the reinforcement of the ancestral network. And as long as Marcel controlled Davina's safety, the completion of the harvest, and therefore the restoration of the witch's full power, remained contingent on his cooperation. It was an elegant piece of political architecture, this arrangement, giving Marcel a structural advantage over the most organized supernatural faction in the city, without requiring the sustained application of violence to maintain it. Elijah was taken by Marcel in the early days of the original's return, undaggered and removed from the board, with a boldness that announced Marcel's willingness to engage the Michaelsons directly, rather than defer to the authority that their power theoretically demanded. It was a significant move, freighted with meaning beyond its immediate tactical purpose. Marcel was not simply neutralizing a threat. He was making a statement that New Orleans was his, that the rules here were his rules, that the original's return did not automatically restore the hierarchy that had existed before their departure a century ago. He was asserting, through the specific act of daggering one of the most powerful vampires in existence and taking his body, that the relationship between himself and the Michaelsons had changed, that he was no longer the child who had been taken in and shaped, but the king of a city they had abandoned. Klaus's response to Elijah's daggering was not the immediate overwhelming assault that Marcel had perhaps anticipated and had certainly prepared for. It was something more controlled and more dangerous than that. A recalibration of approach, a decision to play the longer game, to accept the terms Marcel was setting while positioning himself to eventually rewrite them entirely. This was Klaus at his most strategically sophisticated, the version of him that could absorb a provocation and convert the energy of it into patience rather than reaction, that understood the difference between the battle and the war, and was willing to lose the former to win the latter. He moved through Marcel's world in those weeks with a performance of loyal friendship that was extraordinary in its completeness. He attended Marcel's gatherings, undrank with his inner circle, offered counsel that was genuinely useful, projected warmth and ease, and the particular quality of camaraderie that Marcel had known from him in the years before everything had gone wrong. Marcel was not fooled exactly. He knew Klaus too well to believe the performance was the whole truth, knew that behind the warmth there were calculations he was not being shown. But the warmth was also real, and this is what made Klaus's performance in those weeks so difficult to navigate. The genuine feeling and the strategic deployment of it existed simultaneously, as they always had in Klaus, and separating one from the other was not a task that clarity alone could accomplish. "You've done well here," Klaus told Marcel one evening. as standing on the balcony of the compound that had once been the Mikkelsen home and was now unambiguously Marcel's, looking out over the French Quarter with an expression Marcel had learned to read as the one Klaus wore when he meant something more than the words actually said. A century, and you've kept it standing. More than standing. Marcel looked at him with the assessment that had developed across decades of knowing him. You expected less. I expected exactly this, Klaus said. That's not a small thing, Marcel. My expectations of you have never been small. The conversation had the quality of many of their conversations in those weeks. Genuine and strategic simultaneously. Affectionate and cautious, and two people who loved each other and did not entirely trust each other, moving through the territory of their relationship with the careful attention of people who know where the ground is unstable. Camille O'Connell arrived in Klaus's awareness during this period in the way that certain people arrive. Through proximity, and then through the specific quality of attention she brought to everything around her, which was the quality of a person who sees more than they are expected to see and is honest about what they have seen in a way that most people are not. She was a graduate student in psychology, bartending at a bar in the Quarter, working on research about the intersection of violent behavior and external circumstance, with a particular focus of someone who has a personal stake in the question she is studying. So her uncle was Father Kieran, the leader of the human faction, the organized community of humans in New Orleans who knew about the supernatural world and maintained a careful, pragmatic relationship with it, occupying the role of the city's unofficial ambassadors between the supernatural and the oblivious. Klaus was drawn to Camille in a way that he approached with more self-awareness than he brought to most things that drew him, which is to say that he noticed the draw and examined it rather than simply following it. She was honest with him in a way that was both disarming and useful, her psychological training giving her a framework for understanding behavior that occasionally produced observations about Klaus that were more accurate than he found comfortable. She was also human, and her humanity was something Klaus found himself treating with more care than he generally extended to humans, navigating her involvement in the supernatural world with a protectiveness that exceeded what any purely strategic interest could account for. "You're not what I expected," she told him early in their acquaintance, in the direct way she had that he had not yet learned to fully prepare for. Most people who walk into a room like they own it are performing. You actually believe it. "Is that a criticism?" he asked. "It's an observation," she said. "I haven't decided yet whether it's a criticism." The human faction that Father Kieran represented was an element of New Orleans' power landscape that the original's history with the city had not fully prepared them to engage with in its current form. The humans who knew about the supernatural world had organized themselves across the century of Marcel's rule into something more coherent and more politically significant than the informal arrangement of knowing individuals that had existed in the earlier period. Kieran was a serious and capable leader, a man whose faith and whose pragmatism existed in him without apparent tension, who had decided that the most honest available response to the reality of the supernatural world was to engage with it directly, rather than pretend it could be managed at a distance. He dealt with Marcel as an equal party in the city's governance, maintaining the specific and delicate balance that allowed the human population to live in a city that contained things capable of destroying them with very little effort. For Haley's situation during this period was his own complex and often frustrating navigation, complicated by the fact that every faction in the city had an opinion about the pregnancy, and none of those opinions were primarily concerned with what Haley herself wanted or needed. The witches wanted her protected because the child was their leverage. Klaus wanted her protected because the child was becoming real to him in ways he was still not fully acknowledging. Elijah, once released from Marcel's dagger through negotiations that cost Klaus several significant concessions, wanted her protected because he had made it his business to ensure her protection, and because the feeling behind that business had developed in the specific way that Elijah's feelings developed into something that went considerably deeper than obligation. Our Haley and Elijah's relationship in those weeks was built in the particular space that develops between people who recognize in each other a quality of seriousness about the world and about themselves that is not universal, and that produces, when it finds its mirror, a sense of being genuinely seen rather than simply assessed. They talked in the way that people talk when they are interested in each other's actual minds, about the city and its politics, about the supernatural world and its structures, about the history that Elijah carried in quantities that Haley found both extraordinary and occasionally overwhelming. "You remember all of it?" she asked him once, in the library of the compound, where he had been explaining something about the witch community's history, a room full of books he had personally accumulated across centuries. "Oh, every year. Not every detail," he said carefully, "but the shape of things, yes. The people, the decisions and what they produced." He paused. "It is occasionally a burden rather than a gift." "I bet," she said, with a directness that was entirely her own. "Carrying all of that, watching everything change." "Watching everything and everyone change," he agreed, and the weight in those words was not performed but entirely genuine. The political situation sharpened as the weeks progressed, and the pregnancy became more visible, and the news of what the Mikkelsons' return meant began spreading through the supernatural community with the speed that significant news always traveled in a city whose various factions were perpetually watching each other for relevant developments. High Sophie Devereaux's witches continued their campaign to reclaim their power, their desperation increasing as the complications of their arrangement with the originals multiplied. Marcel's inner circle grew more unsettled as the implications of the original's presence became clearer. These were not visitors, not people passing through, but people who had returned with the specific intention of re-establishing themselves in a city that had reorganized itself around their absence. Davina's existence became known to the originals during this period, and what she represented to the overall situation immediately reshuffled the calculations that everyone involved had been making. A 16-year-old girl carrying the combined power of 4 harvest witches, isolated in a church attic, protected by Marcel's personal authority, and fiercely resistant to any attempt at manipulation or management. She was simultaneously the most powerful and the most vulnerable element in the entire situation. The person around whom the most significant questions of power and loyalty and genuine human decency were most urgently organized. Klaus encountered her with the complicated response of someone who recognized in her spirit something he respected, while simultaneously assessing her potential as an asset in the larger game he was playing. Davina received him with the straightforward wariness of a person who has been kept isolated for long enough to have become a very accurate reader of when someone wants something from her. "Everyone who comes here wants something," she told him flatly during one of their early encounters in the church. "Of course they do," Klaus said, and with a candor that surprised her. "As do I. The question worth asking is whether what I want conflicts with what you want. In my experience, those conversations tend to be more productive than the ones where someone pretends they have no agenda." Davina looked at him for a long moment. "At least you're honest about it." "Occasionally," he said, "when I calculate that honesty is more useful than its alternative." The situation with Marcel reached a new level of complexity when the witches revealed more of what they knew about the broader threats converging on the pregnancy. Forces beyond the city's internal politics, old enemies of the Mikkelsons, and new ones drawn by the unprecedented nature of what was being created. The child was not simply a political development in the context of New Orleans. It was a seismic event in the larger supernatural world, the kind of thing that would attract attention from every quarter, that would require the originals to manage not only the complicated politics of the city they had returned to, but the considerably more dangerous politics of the world beyond it. Elijah and Klaus's relationship during this period expressed itself in the specific dynamic that had characterized it across 1,000 years. Elijah holding the long view, maintaining the commitment to the family survival and integrity against Klaus's more volatile oscillations between genuine engagement and strategic withdrawal, providing the stability that allowed Klaus's more chaotic energy to eventually find its productive direction. They argued, as they always argued, about tactics and priorities and the specific question of how much of Klaus's own better nature he was willing to deploy versus how much he would insist on armoring beneath layers of control and manipulation. "You could simply tell Marcel the truth," Elijah said during one of these conversations, with the patient persistence that was one of his most consistent qualities. "That you want the city because you love it. That you want to be here because here is the place you have loved most in 1,000 years. He would understand that, Niklaus. He learned it from you." Klaus looked at him with the expression he wore when Elijah had said something accurate enough to be uncomfortable. "Understanding it and accepting my authority on the basis of it are different things." "Yes," Elijah agreed. "They are. But one is a conversation, and the other is a war. And we have a child coming into the world who deserves better than to arrive in the middle of a war her father started because he refused to be honest about what he wanted." Klaus was quiet for a moment, in the specific way he was quiet when something had landed. "You've always been insufferably reasonable," he said finally. "Someone has to be," Elijah replied. "The French Quarter held all of this. The negotiations and the confrontations and the conversations that moved between warmth and calculation. The pregnancy advancing week by week toward the moment that would change everything. The various factions repositioning themselves around the new reality that the original's return had created. The city itself continuing its perpetual music and its particular refusal to be anything other than exactly what it was. And New Orleans had always been a place where the significant things happened in the spaces between the stated things. whether real conversations were the ones underneath the surface of the visible ones. The Mikkelsens had returned to a city that had learned to live without them. The question now was whether they could learn to live in it differently than they had before. Whether a family whose defining pattern was the destruction of everything it built could, in the city they loved most, finally build something that lasted. The answer was not going to come easily. It never did with the Mikkelsens. But for the first time in a very long time, the question itself felt worth asking. The ancestors were not a metaphor. This is the first thing to understand about the magical infrastructure of New Orleans, and the foundational fact without which nothing else about the city's witch community makes complete sense. In most places, the dead are simply gone. Their influence on the living attenuated by the finality of death, their power accessible only through memory and the specific, diminishing kind of authority that the remembered exercise over those who remember them. New Orleans was different. The dead in New Orleans did not simply leave. They accumulated generation after generation of witches who had lived and practiced and died in the city, their spiritual presence settling into the soil and the water and the particular atmosphere of the place, building across centuries into a collective consciousness of extraordinary power that remained actively accessible to their living descendants through the specific rituals and devotions that the community maintained for exactly this purpose. The ancestral plane was what the witches called this accumulated presence, the organized spiritual energy of the dead, existing in a dimension adjacent to the physical world, maintaining a relationship with the living that was genuinely reciprocal rather than simply devotional. The living witches drew power from the ancestral plane, their magic amplified and reinforced by the connection to everything that had been practiced and accumulated before them. And the ancestors, in turn, maintained their coherence and their relevance through the continued practice of the living, as through the rituals that acknowledged them and fed the connection that kept the plane vital rather than dissipating into the general background noise of the supernatural world. It was a system of mutual dependency, elegant in its design and demanding in its maintenance, and its disruption had consequences that ran in both directions. The harvest ritual was the most significant of the maintenance ceremonies, the one whose regular completion kept the connection between the living and the dead strong enough to function as a genuine power source, rather than simply a cultural memory. It was ancient in the way that the most important things in the New Orleans witch community were ancient, predating the city itself in its conceptual structure, were imported from practices that had crossed the ocean with the enslaved and the displaced and the fiercely determined, adapted to the specific spiritual geography of the Louisiana landscape, and refined across generations into the particular form that the community had been practicing ever since. The ritual required sacrifice, not symbolic sacrifice, not the kind of sacrifice that can be accomplished through careful metaphor and substituted offerings, but the real thing. 4 young girls, selected by the community, killed and offered to the ancestors as the price of renewal. The understanding was that the deaths were temporary, that the ancestors would receive the offering and restore the girls to life once the harvest was complete, that the sacrifice was a loan rather than a permanent taking. Marcel had disrupted the most recent harvest with deliberate intention and complete awareness of what he was doing. He had understood the ritual structure, had understood that interrupting it before the resurrection portion could occur would leave the girls dead, and the witches without the renewal they had been counting on, and he had made the calculated decision that a witch community operating without its full ancestral connection was a witch community he could manage. 3 of the 4 harvest girls had died. Davina had been taken by Marcel before the ritual could claim her and spirited away to the church attic, where he installed her under his personal protection, with the specific understanding that her continued safety and her continued separation from the witch community's influence were the twin pillars of the leverage he intended to maintain. What Marcel had not fully anticipated, or had understood in theory without completely processing in practice, was what containing all 4 girls' worth of harvest power inside a single 16-year-old would actually produce over time. Davina was not simply powerful in the way that talented witches are powerful. She was overpressured, carrying magical force beyond what any individual system was designed to hold. The excess of it pushing against her control in ways that became more difficult to manage as the months passed, as she had remarkable natural ability and remarkable discipline for her age. And both of those things were the only reason the situation had remained as stable as it had. But the stability was conditional, dependent on her continued vigilance. And the question of what happened when that vigilance faltered was one that the people responsible for her situation had perhaps not examined as honestly as they should have. Elijah recognized this immediately upon his release from Marcel's dagger. Assessing Davina with a combination of centuries of supernatural experience and his particular quality of genuine attention to the people in front of him. He sought her out in the church, approached the situation with the careful respect that her power warranted and the additional care that her age and her isolation seemed to him to demand, and spent time with her in a way that was not primarily strategic, even though it had strategic consequences. Davina was accustomed to people approaching her because of what she contained. Elijah approached her as though she were interesting in herself, which she was, and she responded to that distinction with the directness of someone who has learned to identify authentic interest because its absence has been so common. "You're different from him," she told Elijah during one of their early conversations in the church, her eyes carrying the particular assessment of a young person who's had to develop adult-level perceptual skills at an age when most people are still operating with the generous assumptions of the protected. She meant Klaus. She meant the original she had already encountered and found compelling and alarming in equal measure. "We are different," Elijah agreed, with a slight emphasis that acknowledged the comparison was fair, though perhaps less different than either of us might prefer. "That's an honest thing to say," he observed. "I find honesty useful in conversations that matter," he said. "This one seems like it matters." She looked at him for a long moment with those eyes that had seen considerably more than a 16-year-old's eyes should contain. "Everyone wants my power," she said, "even the people who pretend they just want to help me." "Yes," Elijah said simply. "I won't pretend otherwise. Your power is significant, and the people around you, myself included, are aware of it and factor it into their thinking. But I'll also tell you this. What happens to you as a person, your safety and your choices and your future, those things matter to me independently of what you can or cannot do magically. I understand if that distinction isn't immediately credible. I would simply ask you to observe whether my behavior over time supports it." It was the kind of answer that Davina, who had developed an acute sensitivity to the difference between manipulation and honesty, filed away rather than immediately accepting or rejecting. The completion of the harvest happened not through the witch's own efforts or through the original's direct intervention, but through a complex convergence of magical forces that had been building since the ritual's interruption, finally reaching a threshold that the ancestral plane could no longer contain. When it broke with the specific chaotic energy of magical systems that had been held under pressure for too long and release all at once. The 4 harvest girls resurrected, the power redistributed, the ancestral connection restored in the sudden and overwhelming way of things that have been denied for too long and then granted all at once. But the restoration was disrupted in a way that immediately revealed the presence of a third party, whose involvement had not been visible until this moment. One of the resurrection slots, the specific quantity of return life that the completed harvest was supposed to produce, was claimed by someone who was not one of the original 4 girls. A powerful witch whose death had preceded the harvest, and whose spirit had been working from the ancestral plane toward exactly this outcome, using the restoration event as a doorway back into the living world. Genevieve returned in this fashion, beautiful and dangerous, and carrying within her the specific agenda of someone who had been operating from the other side of death, with patience and purpose. Genevieve's resurrection immediately complicated the already complicated situation in ways that took time to fully surface. She presented herself as an ally to the witches, as a resource, and a leader whose return was cause for celebration rather than scrutiny. And the community's desperate need for capable leadership made them more receptive to this presentation than a more measured assessment might have warranted. What was not immediately visible was the hand that had positioned her for this return, and the intelligence operating from deeper in the ancestral plane that had orchestrated Genevieve's restoration as part of a longer plan, whose full scope was not yet apparent. Esther was in the ancestral plane. This revelation arrived gradually, assembled from fragments. The specific pattern of Genevieve's agenda, the nature of the instructions she appeared to be operating under, the way certain developments in the living world seemed to serve purposes that no living party had articulated. Esther, who had died long ago, and whose spirit had settled into the accumulated consciousness of the dead, had not simply been resting. She'd been working, practicing the magic of the ancestral plane with the extraordinary capability she had always possessed, pursuing from beyond death the obsession that had defined her in life, the correction of the mistake she believed she had made when she created the vampire species. She wanted her children freed from what they were. She wanted them able to die, to be reborn in new forms, to finally be released from the immortal existence she had given them without their consent, and that she had spent the entirety of her afterlife believing had damned them. Genevieve was her instrument in the living world, positioned to carry out specific tasks that required a physical presence Esther no longer possessed. The most significant of those tasks was the one that would not become fully apparent until later, when Genevieve received the instructions she had been placed to receive. But the architecture of Esther's plan was visible in the pattern of events, and to those who knew how to look for it. Marcel's position shifted significantly with the completion of the harvest, because the leverage that had organized his entire approach to governing the city had been built on the witch community's weakness, and that weakness had now been substantially addressed. The restoration of the ancestral connection did not immediately make the witches more powerful than Marcel in the raw capability sense, but it fundamentally altered the structural conditions of his authority over them, removing the specific dependency that had made his governance of the witch community possible in its existing form. He was not immediately dethroned, but the foundation of one of the pillars supporting his rule had been replaced with something different, and the implications of that change were going to work their way through the city's power structure with the slow but irreversible logic of structural changes in complex systems. Klaus watched all of this with the strategic attention he brought to political developments and the more complicated personal attention he was increasingly bringing to the situation with Haley and the pregnancy. The child was becoming real to him in ways that exceeded what his political calculus could account for, and that his emotional defenses were having progressively more difficulty managing. He heard a recording of the child's heartbeat and held very still in the way he held still when something had gotten past the outer defenses without his being able to stop it. And when Haley watched him in that moment, she saw something on his face that she had not seen there before. Not the controlled engagement of a man managing his investment in a political situation, but the unguarded response of someone encountering something that matters to them at a level that precedes strategy entirely. "You can say it, you know," Haley told him. In the direct way she said things that other people in his life typically approached more carefully. "That is real to you, that you actually care." Klaus's expression closed again almost immediately, the defenses reassembling with the speed of long practice. "You're making assumptions about my interior state. I'm making observations about your face," Haley said, "which is different. You heard that heartbeat and something happened. I was watching." "Haley, I'm not asking you to admit it to anyone else," she said, with a patience that acknowledged the specific nature of who she was dealing with. "I'm just telling you that I saw it, and that whatever you decide to do with it, I think you should know that it's okay, to actually feel it." Klaus looked at her for a long moment with the expression he wore when something had been said that he was not going to respond to immediately, but was not going to forget. He left without answering, but he came back the next morning, and the morning after that, with a consistency that was itself the answer he had not put into words. Elijah and Haley's connection deepened through these weeks in the specific way of relationships that develop between people who have found in each other something they did not know they were missing. And they were not similar people in the surface sense. Their backgrounds and experiences and the specific textures of their characters were substantially different. But they had in common a quality of taking things seriously, of being unwilling to reduce complicated situations to simpler versions for the sake of comfort, of holding themselves to a standard of honesty that most people around them did not require of themselves. These commonalities produced a recognition that went deeper than the circumstances that had brought them together, a sense between them of genuine meeting rather than simply useful alliance. "Do you ever regret it?" Haley asked him one evening, in the library, where they had fallen into the habit of talking in the hours when the rest of the compound was occupied with other things, everything that was done to make you what you are. Elijah was quiet for a moment, in the way he was quiet when he was genuinely considering rather than formulating. "I regret the way it was done," he said finally. the absence of choice, my mother's decision to act without our consent, without even our knowledge, the specific form of the betrayal. He paused. Whether I regret what I became is a more complicated question. There are things I have been able to do, things I have been present for, people I've known, that would not have been possible if I had simply died in that settlement in the 10th century, including this conversation. Haley looked at him. That's a very careful answer. It's a very careful question, he said, and something in the way he said it made her smile. Klaus's relationship with his siblings during this period was its own complex negotiation. The patterns of 1,000 years of relating to each other, expressing themselves in the specific context of a situation none of them had been in before. Rebecca was present and engaged in ways that went beyond duty. Her investment in the pregnancy and in Haley's well-being genuine and growing. The maternal instinct that had never found its proper outlet across centuries of denied belonging, beginning to orient itself toward the coming child with a tenderness that neither she nor her brothers discussed directly, but that was visible to anyone paying attention. She and Haley had developed a relationship that had the texture of something earned rather than given. Two women who respected each other's toughness, who did not require each other to be softer than they actually were, who had found in the unusual circumstances of their shared situation a foundation for genuine friendship. "You know he's terrified," Rebecca told Haley one afternoon, referring to Klaus with the casual certainty of someone who has been reading the same person for 1,000 years. He'll never say it, but that's what all of this is. The control, the strategy, the refusal to simply admit he wants the child to be safe because he loves her. It's fear. "I know," Haley said. "I figured that out about 2 weeks in." Rebecca looked at her with something that might have been appreciation. "You're better at him than most people manage." "I've had practice with complicated," Haley said simply. The broader threats that the pregnancy was attracting from outside the city's internal politics were beginning to make themselves known in ways that required attention beyond what the New Orleans situation alone demanded. The original's enemies were not limited to the supernatural factions of a single city, and the news of what was coming into the world had traveled through channels that reached considerably further than Louisiana. Old grievances were being reassessed in the light of new information. Old alliances were being reconsidered, and the specific vulnerability that a child represented, the way that loving something small and new and unprotected creates an exposure that no amount of power can fully seal, was being noted by people and forces that had long wanted leverage over the Mikkelsons and had never previously been able to find it. The ancestors continued their work from the plane, their influence on events in the living world operating through the channels that Esther had identified and cultivated from her position within the accumulated spiritual consciousness of the dead. The plan she was running was patient and multi-staged, designed to operate across a timeline that mortality would have made impossible, but that her current existence accommodated perfectly. She was not in a hurry, as she had been not in a hurry for longer than most things in the supernatural world had existed, and she would continue to not be in a hurry until the moment when hurrying became necessary. The city absorbed all of this, the shifting power structure, the new alignments, the pregnancy advancing toward the moment that would change everything. the originals navigating the impossible intersection of their political situation and their personal ones with the specific combination of capability and damage that had defined them across 10 centuries. New Orleans held the weight of it with a particular resilience of a place that has always carried more than it should reasonably be able to bear, and has, through some combination of geography and history and the extraordinary quality of what has accumulated in its soil, managed to bear it anyway. The price of power in New Orleans was always paid in the most personal currency available. The Mikkelsons were about to discover exactly how personal that currency could become. There are moments in long stories that function as hinges, points around which everything before and everything after organize themselves. Events whose weight is sufficient to divide time into the period before they happened and the period in which their consequences are being lived. The birth of Hope Mikkelsen was that kind of moment for the Mikkelsen family, and its significance exceeded what any of them could have fully articulated in advance. Even Elijah, who had understood from the beginning that the child represented something new in the world. It was not simply the arrival of a new life, though it was that. It was not simply the political event that every supernatural faction in the region had been repositioning around for months, though it was that too. It was the moment when the family that had been running for 1,000 years finally encountered something worth stopping for, something that reorganized the entire question of what their power was for and what their survival meant. The weeks leading to the birth were the most dangerous the family had experienced since the period of Mikkel's most aggressive pursuit, and the danger came from multiple directions simultaneously in the way that the most serious dangers always do. Not a single clear threat that can be identified and addressed, but a convergence of forces each pursuing its own agenda, their individual trajectories intersecting at the point where Haley and the child were most vulnerable. Genevieve had received her instructions from the ancestral plane, from the intelligence operating within the accumulated consciousness of the dead that had been identified finally and completely as Esther. The instruction was stark in its clarity and devastating in its implications. The child was to be sacrificed, not harmed, not used as leverage, not taken and raised elsewhere. Killed deliberately and ritually, as an offering whose specific magical significance Esther had calculated from her position in the ancestral plane with the same meticulous care she had brought to every major working of her extraordinary life. The child's death would accomplish something in the structure of the supernatural world that Esther believed was necessary, that she had convinced herself was merciful, that existed in her understanding as the correction of a mistake whose consequences had been playing out for 1,000 years. Genevieve did not want to carry this instruction. This is important, and it is easy to miss against the backdrop of the actions she ultimately took. She was not a person without conscience, not someone for whom the killing of a child was an uncomplicated assignment. She was a woman who had been resurrected with debts she had not chosen and obligations she could not escape, operating under the authority of forces that exceeded her ability to resist, and carrying out an agenda she had not designed and could not simply refuse without consequences that extended beyond her own survival. The moral complexity of her position did not excuse what she did. It made it tragic in a way that simple villainy never achieves. Esther's involvement revealed itself to the originals in pieces, each piece arriving with the specific impact of information that confirms what was feared rather than what was hoped. that their mother was present in the ancestral plane and had been influencing events was alarming but not surprising. Esther's capacity for the long game had been demonstrated across the entire history of the family, and the pattern of events, once it was visible, had a particular quality of multi-stage, deeply personal strategic design. What was harder to absorb was the specific target of her current intervention. 1,000 years of Esther working against the survival of the vampire species was comprehensible, was almost the expected form of her continued existence in the afterlife. Esther working to kill her own grandchild required a recalibration of what they understood her to be capable of how far the obsession had taken her from the woman who had once sat beside a fire in a Viking settlement and loved her children with the ferocity that had started everything. Klaus's response to the threat was the version of him that appeared when something he loved was in genuine danger. Not the controlled, strategic, performatively measured Klaus of the political navigation, but the raw, volcanic Klaus who existed beneath all of that. All for whom the question of protecting what mattered had no ceiling and no limits, and no calculation that could override the fundamental imperative. He moved through the preparations for the birth with the intensity of a man who has decided that this specific outcome will not happen, that he will interpose himself between the threat and the thing being threatened with whatever force the situation requires, that he will burn down whatever needs burning to keep his child safe. Haley endured the final weeks of the pregnancy with the specific combination of physical difficulty and emotional complexity that the situation produced in someone with her particular character. She was frightened in the way that any person is frightened when the threat to them is real and multiple and not fully visible, and when the forces arrayed against them are ancient and powerful and motivated by agendas that extend far beyond the immediate circumstances. She was also beneath a fear, more resolved than she had ever been about anything in her life, clearer about what she would do and would not accept, what she would fight for and what she was willing to risk, than any previous experience had made her. The child had done this to her, had crystallized something in her character that had always been present, but had not previously had an object sufficiently important to organize itself around completely. Whatever happens, she told Elijah, in the specific quiet of a moment when they were alone in the compound, and the weight of everything approaching made ordinary conversation feel insufficient. She gets born, whatever the cost, and that's the only thing that isn't negotiable. Elijah looked at her with the full attention he brought to things that mattered, and what he saw in her face in that moment was the same quality he had recognized in her from the beginning. The quality of a person who means what they say not as aspiration but as fact. "I know," he said, "and she will." "You can't promise that," Haley said, not as a challenge but as a simple statement of the limits of what anyone could guarantee. "No," he agreed, "but I can promise that everything I'm capable of will be directed toward making it true. That is the closest thing to a guarantee that I have available." He paused. "I find that the honest version of a promise is usually more useful than the reassuring one." Haley held his gaze for a moment. "I find that too," she said quietly. Rebecca had stationed herself in Haley's immediate orbit during these final weeks with a protectiveness that had the quality of a decision made once and not revisited, a settled commitment whose origin was partly familial obligation, and partly something more personal that Rebecca herself might not have been able to fully articulate. She had watched Haley across the months since the original's return, had reassessed her repeatedly as the situation produced new information, and what she had arrived at was a respect that had deepened into genuine affection and genuine investment. Haley was one of the few people Rebecca had encountered in her long existence who treated her as a person, rather than as a Michelson, who was interested in Rebecca specifically, rather than in what Rebecca's power and connections could provide. The rarity of that experience was not something Rebecca took lightly. The night of the birth arrived with the particular quality of significant nights, which is to say, it arrived ordinary in its surface presentation and became extraordinary so quickly and so completely that the transition between those two states seemed to happen in a single moment, rather than across the time it actually occupied. The threats converged, as Alice had seen they would. Genevieve moving with the specific, purposeful, terrible calm of a person executing a plan they have accepted they cannot refuse. The forces Esther had positioned through weeks of ancestral manipulation arriving at the moment of maximum vulnerability. Haley went into labor, and the situation immediately became what the preceding weeks of threat and preparation had been building toward. The most dangerous hours any of them had experienced, with the highest stakes and the narrowest margins for error. Rebecca moved Haley through the compound with the efficiency of someone operating from adrenaline and absolute commitment, making decisions in real time that had no good options available, only better and worse ones. Klaus fought with the focused savagery of a person for whom the calculation of personal cost has been suspended entirely, for whom the only relevant question is whether the threat is neutralized. Hope was born. This sentence contains more weight than any sentence its length should reasonably be able to carry. She was born small and alive and impossibly significant, and the first tribrid in the history of the supernatural world. Witch, werewolf, and vampire heritage combined in a single life. All three kinds of power accessible to her in ways that had never existed before, and whose full implications would take years to understand. She came into the world in chaos and blood, and the specific atmosphere of things that have been fought for, rather than simply received, surrounded by people who had already decided before she arrived that she was worth any price the situation asked. Haley died delivering her, not permanently, as it turned out. The child's blood in her system during the birth had worked on her in the way that Klaus's hybrid blood worked. The tribrid heritage of the child flowing into the mother in sufficient quantity to trigger the transition that made Haley a hybrid, rather than a pure werewolf. She came back, but she came back to a situation that had already moved while she was gone, to decisions that had been made in the minutes of her absence that she had not been present to influence. Klaus held his daughter for the first time in the brief, terrible window between the birth and the realization of how completely their situation had failed to improve despite it. He held her with the specific awkwardness of someone who has never held anything this small or this important, and whose hands, capable of tearing through stone without effort, were suddenly insufficient instruments for the delicacy the moment required. He looked at her face, and something in him that had been defended against this exact experience for the entire duration of the pregnancy simply stopped defending. The love arrived without condition or calculation, or the strategic management he had attempted to impose on the entire preceding situation. It arrived the way the most important things arrive, completely and without asking permission. Genevieve came. The fight that followed was the kind that happens when the forces arrayed against something are insufficient to the will of the people defending it, when the defending party has sufficient motivation to exceed what capability alone could produce. Genevieve was powerful, and she was committed, and she was carrying the full weight of Esther's instructions and the ancestral plane support. Rebecca was a 1,000-year-old original vampire whose specific purpose in this situation had been decided long before the night arrived, and whose motivation had a quality that Genevieve's, for all its terrible compulsion, could not quite match. Genevieve died. The threat she represented was ended at the cost of injury and exhaustion that would take time to recover from, and at the cost of the specific psychological weight that comes from killing someone whose tragedy you understand even as you prevent them from completing it. The immediate threat was over. The larger situation was not. The threats to hope did not end with Genevieve's death, and they were structural, embedded in what she was and in what her existence meant to every faction in the supernatural world that had an interest in preventing a tribrid from growing up with full knowledge of her capabilities. Esther was still in the ancestral plane, still pursuing her agenda, still in possession of more patience and more channels of influence than any single night's events could eliminate. The Michaelsons' enemies beyond New Orleans, the various forces that had been reassessing their positions since the pregnancy became known, were not going to recalibrate simply because the birth had happened and the child was alive. In some ways, the birth made the threat more acute rather than less. Hope existing as a confirmed reality was more dangerous to more parties than hope existing as a pregnancy, and because the pregnancy could theoretically still be prevented, while the living child required different and more active measures. Klaus and Haley faced this reality together, in the specific way that people face things together when the facing of it produces pain that neither one wants to express, because doing so will make it more real. The conversation they had that night, after the fighting was over and the compound was quiet, and hope was sleeping in the brief, perfect peace of the newly born, was one of the most important conversations of either of their lives. It was short. It did not need to be long. "We can't keep her safe here," Haley said. Not as a question, not as a proposition to be debated, as the thing she had already understood and was saying out loud because saying it out loud was the only way to move from knowing it to doing something about it. Klaus was quiet for a long moment. He was looking at the child. "No," he said finally. "We can't. She needs to go somewhere they can't find her," Haley said. "Somewhere no one is looking, with someone they don't know to look for." "Rebecca," Klaus said, the word barely audible, the name of the answer he had already arrived at before Haley spoke it. Haley looked at him. "You're sure?" "No," Klaus said honestly, "but Rebecca loves her, already. I watched it happen, and she has wanted, for longer than I can fully account for, to be exactly this kind of person in someone's life. She will protect her because she loves her, and not only because she was asked." This was the most generous and most accurate thing Klaus Michelson had said about his sister in their 1,000 years of complicated coexistence. and the fact that he could see it clearly in this moment, that the love he felt for his child had opened something in his perception that had been closed before, was itself one of the most significant things about who he was becoming. Rebecca took hope and disappeared. She took a new name, established a new identity, and settled into a life whose defining characteristic was its ordinariness. Small house, quiet neighborhood, daily rhythms built around a child's needs, all the textures of the domestic existence she had wanted for centuries, finally available to her in the specific and extraordinary form of a niece she was raising as her own. She was not performing the role, she was living it, with the full and uncomplicated investment of someone who has finally been given the thing they have wanted for a very long time, and who understands with every day that passes how precious the gift actually is. Hope grew up not knowing who she was, not knowing her parents, not knowing the 1,000 years of history and power and damage that she carried in her blood. She knew Rebecca, who was her entire world, in the way that a devoted caregiver is the entire world of a small child. She knew safety and love and the specific quality of attention that Rebecca brought to everything she did for her, which was the quality of someone for whom this role was not an obligation but a joy. She did not know Klaus. Klaus knew she existed, and this is the thing that changed him in the most fundamental and lasting way. Not the birth itself, though the birth was the inciting event, but the sustained daily reality of a child being alive in the world who was his, who carried his blood, who would grow up shaped by choices he was not present to make, whom he was protecting by staying away and failing every day in the specific way that only loving someone you cannot be with produces. He had sent her away to keep her safe, and he understood that the decision was right, and the rightness of it provided no comfort at all. The family had faked Hope's death for the world's consumption, and the performance of grief they maintained was both necessary and not entirely performance. Hype because there is a kind of grief in the loss of daily presence that does not care whether the lost person is alive or dead. Klaus grieved his daughter even as she lived, even as Rebecca's careful communications reassured him of her safety, because the particular form of loss he was living was real regardless of its unusual structure. Elijah and Haley existed in the aftermath of the birth in the space that had been created between them across the months of the pregnancy. A space that had its own specific atmosphere now, that carried the weight of everything they had said and felt and not acknowledged, and that was complicated by Haley's new status as a hybrid, and by the grief of the separation from Hope, and by the ongoing demands of the New Orleans situation that did not pause to allow for the processing of personal consequences. She's safe, Elijah told Haley, on one of the days when the grief was most visible on her face. Rebecca will not let anything happen to her. I know, Haley said. That doesn't make today easier. No, he agreed. It doesn't. Knowing the right thing was done and feeling the cost of it are not the same experience. Both can be true simultaneously. She looked at him. You know that from experience. From considerable experience, he said quietly. The weight of necessary choices is one of the things that does not become lighter with repetition. The city of New Orleans held the secret of what had happened, and as it held so many secrets, in its soil and its stones and the particular quality of its silence after significant events, the way the city seemed to absorb what happened within it and carry it forward without releasing it entirely. The Mikkelsons remained in the city, continued the political negotiations that the larger situation demanded, continued building and protecting and navigating the impossible complexity of their existence. But they were different now. Each of them had been changed by the child's arrival and the child's departure, by the specific form of love and loss that Hope story had produced in its first hours, by the knowledge that somewhere out in the world, a small girl was growing up, who was the most important thing any of them had. Hope Mikkelsen was alive. She was safe. She was the reason the family had come home, and the reason the running had stopped, the reason the question of what all the power and all the survival was actually for had finally found its answer. She was enough. She was everything. She was the beginning of what came next. There is a particular kind of antagonist whose power derives not from cruelty but from conviction, whose actions, however devastating, flow from a genuine belief that what they are doing is necessary and even merciful. These are the most difficult opponents to face because the argument against them cannot be made purely on moral grounds. They have already made the moral argument, have already constructed the ethical framework within which their actions make sense, and meeting them requires engaging with the logic rather than simply condemning the conclusion. Esther Mikkelsen was this kind of antagonist, and her return to the physical world in the new body was perhaps the most clarifying event in the entire long history of the family, because it forced each of her children to confront not only the external threat she represented, but the internal question she posed. The question of whether they wanted to go on being what they were, knowing what it had cost and what it continued to cost, or whether the release she was offering was something they had been secretly wanting without permission to acknowledge it. She came back in a body that was not her own, inhabiting a vessel through the kind of possession magic that the ancestral plane made possible for a witch of her extraordinary capability. The specific body she chose was one that allowed her to move through the world without immediate recognition, had to establish herself in New Orleans and begin the work of her plan before the family understood that the intelligence they were dealing with was not a new threat, but the oldest one, the foundational one, the threat that had been present in the architecture of their existence since the night it began. When they eventually identified her, when the pattern of actions and the specific quality of the magical workings pointed unmistakably to the person behind them, the revelation produced the particular shock of something you realize you should have recognized sooner. The specific feeling of a truth that was visible all along and was missed because you were not looking in the right direction. Esther's plan was sophisticated in the way that only plans built across decades can be, multi-staged and deeply personal, calibrated to the specific psychological vulnerabilities of each of her children with the accuracy of a woman who had known them since before they were born, and who had spent the entirety of her afterlife thinking about what it would take to finally reach them. She was not offering them destruction. This is the crucial distinction, the thing that made her approach so much harder to simply reject than overt attack would have been. She was offering liberation. She had identified correctly that the immortal existence she had created for them had produced as much suffering as it had power, had taken from them as much as it had given them, had transformed her beloved children into things that she believed were damned, and that she believed she owed it to them to free. She would give each of them a new life, not undeath, and not the continuation of what they had been. A genuine new beginning, their souls transferred into new bodies, their natures rewritten from vampire to witch or werewolf or human. Their immortality traded for the mortality they had been denied without consent. She would allow them to finally die, when death came for them in the natural course of things. And she believed with complete sincerity that this was a gift rather than a sentence, that the ending she was offering was mercy rather than punishment, that she was correcting a mistake rather than committing a new one. The arguments she made to each child were different, and this differentiation is what makes her return so revealing about the family, because the specific shape of each argument was designed to fit the specific shape of each person's grief. And the fact that she could design those arguments so precisely speaks to how well she had known them, and how carefully she had been watching across the centuries from her position in the dead. Finn was the first she approached, and the least difficult to reach. He had spent more of his immortal existence in a coffin than conscious, had been stored by Klaus across 900 years of the 1,000 they had been alive, had woken periodically into a world that had reorganized itself around his absence, and had found each time that the reorganization had not particularly required him. He was the sibling whose immortal life had produced the least of what any life should produce: connection, growth, the accumulation of meaning through the relationships and choices that constitute an existence rather than simply a duration. And when Esther came to him with the offer of release, she was not asking him to give up something he was holding tightly. She was offering to remove something he'd been carrying without choosing to carry it, a burden installed without consent that he had never found adequate reason to be grateful for. Finn aligned with Esther with the completeness of a person making a decision they have been ready to make for a very long time, and have simply been waiting for the right moment or the right permission to execute. He did not agonize. He did not negotiate or extract concessions or insist on modifications to her plan that would protect his siblings. He accepted, and his acceptance was itself the most complete articulation of the tragedy of his existence available. That 1,000 years of life had produced a man so comprehensively exhausted by living that his mother's offer of eventual death seemed like the best thing anyone had proposed to him in centuries. "You understand what you're choosing," Elijah said to him, when the alignment became clear and the family was confronting the full reality of what was happening. "You're choosing to work against us, against your own family." Finn looked at his brother with the specific patience of someone who has heard the family argument so many times that it has stopped having the power it once had. "I'm choosing to stop," he said. "That's all. I'm choosing to be done with this, with all of it." He paused, and something in his expression carried the weight of 900 years spent in a box. "Not all of us find it as bearable as you do, Elijah." Elijah had no answer for this that was honest. The honest answer would have required him to acknowledge things about his eldest brother's experience that were too painful and too implicating to examine in the middle of a crisis. Things about the daggerings and the coffin and the specific form of abandonment that Klaus's management of inconvenient siblings represented. He chose instead to continue the confrontation on the level of tactics rather than descend to the level of truth, which was itself a kind of answer. Cole's response to Esther's offer was more complex, because Cole was more complex than the surface presentation of reckless hedonism suggested, and because the particular form of his damage had produced a person who was simultaneously more capable of genuine feeling than he typically allowed himself to appear, and more defended against the appearance of that feeling than almost anyone else in the family. He was interested in Esther's plan without being fully committed to it, which was the characteristically Cole position. Engaged with the possibilities, resistant to the commitment, unwilling to be entirely any one thing when being partially several things gave him more room to maneuver. He enjoyed his immortal existence in the immediate, sensory, present tense way that he approached everything. But he was also aware, in the way that intelligent people who spend their lives avoiding self-reflection eventually cannot avoid it, that the enjoyment was not the whole story, or that beneath the wildness and the appetite and the relentless forward motion was a tiredness he did not examine closely, because examining it would require acknowledging it. "She's not wrong, you know," Cole said to Rebecca during one of the family's many tense conversations in the period of Esther's active campaign, with the particular cheerfulness he deployed when he was being more honest than he intended, about the whole damned to wander the earth forever thing. It does get old. "You've been awake for barely 20 years of it," Rebecca pointed out, with the accuracy of a sibling who keeps count. "Which might explain why it hasn't gotten as old for me as for Finn," Cole conceded. "Though give Klaus another few centuries, and even I might start finding his coffins appealing." The humor was genuine, and the pain beneath it was also genuine. Rebecca, who understood Cole better than most because they had the specific bond of the youngest two and the most volatile two, heard both and chose to address the humor because the pain was not something either of them was equipped to address directly in the present circumstances. Rebecca's response to Esther's offer was the most personal and the most tormenting of any of the siblings, because what Esther was offering her was the specific thing that Rebecca had wanted for longer than any of them had been alive in their current form: a human life. The ability to grow old and fall in love and have children and die when the time came, in the natural way that the people she had repeatedly tried to love had died while she continued and continued and continued, and Esther had identified the wound with surgical precision and was pressing on it with the full weight of her maternal knowledge of her daughter's character. And the fact that Rebecca recognized the manipulation did not make the offer less tempting, because the manipulation was built on something real she did not accept. But the not accepting cost her in a way that acceptance would not have cost Finn, because she was refusing something she genuinely wanted for reasons that were primarily about loyalty to her brothers, and secondarily about the suspicion that the life Esther was offering would not actually deliver what it promised. She held herself back from the edge with the specific determination of someone who can see how easy it would be to step over it, and has decided, through a genuine act of will rather than simple indifference to the drop, not to. "Why not?" Klaus asked her, in one of the rare moments of genuine conversation they had during this period, when the hostilities had paused long enough for something more personal to surface. He was asking about Esther's offer. His tone was not quite accusatory, but it was not neutral either. It was the tone of a man who understood the temptation his sister was resisting and who was trying to understand why she was resisting it, and who had enough self-awareness to recognize that the answer might say something uncomfortable about him. Rebecca looked at him for a long moment. "Because always and forever means something," she said, "even when you make it very difficult to mean it." Klaus was quiet in the specific way he was quiet when something had reached a part of him that existed beneath all the strategy and the control. "That's more than I deserve," he said. "Yes," Rebecca agreed without softening it. "It generally is." Mikhail's resurrection was the development that converted Esther's campaign from a philosophical and personal threat into an immediate physical one. Esther had resurrected her husband, had reached into the same mechanisms that had allowed Genevieve's return, and applied them to the man who had spent 1,000 years as the most dangerous figure in any of her children's lives, calling him back from the dead and pointing him with the specific cruelty that her plan occasionally revealed despite its claimed mercy directly at Klaus.
For the resurrection of Mikhail produced in the family a response that was not uniform and not simple, because Mikhail was not uniformly experienced by all of them. For Klaus, it was the resumption of the defining threat of his existence, the return of the person whose rejection had shaped his entire character and whose pursuit had structured his entire life, arriving now in the specific context of Hope's existence with new and terrible implications. For Elijah, it was complicated. Mikhail had been a father to him in the genuine sense, whatever he had been to Klaus, and the resumption of his life as a weapon aimed at the family produced a grief alongside the threat response. For Rebecca, it was fear, the visceral memory of 100 arrivals that had ended safety and forced running, and the specific terror of a person whose experience of her father had been defined by the damage he did to the brother she loved. Mikhail himself had not softened in death. This is perhaps the least surprising element of his return, that a man whose defining characteristic was the conversion of everything he felt into relentless forward motion would not have used the experience of dying to develop nuance about his obsessions. He returned as he had been, the same absolute focus on the destruction of Klaus, the same willingness to use everything and everyone as instruments toward that end, the same capacity for casual cruelty toward anyone who stood between him and his purpose. "You think she did you a favor," Klaus said to Mikhail, in one of the confrontations that the return produced, the specific confrontation that their relationship had been building toward for 1,000 years, occurring not in the wilderness where the pursuit had typically played out, but in the city that Klaus had claimed as his, the city whose possession was itself a statement about what Klaus had built in the world. "She called you back to use you." Mikhail looked at him with the expression that had not changed in 10 centuries. "She called me back to finish what should have been finished 1,000 years ago. And yet, here I stand," Klaus said, 1,000 years later, which suggests that the finishing is somewhat more complicated than you've made it in your mind. "Not complicated," Mikhail said, "but simply delayed." The conversation accomplished nothing in the tactical sense and everything in the psychological one, because these two men did not primarily need to exchange information with each other. They needed to occupy the same space and conduct the argument that had been their relationship's entire substance for a millennium. And the conducting of it, however dangerous, had a kind of terrible inevitability that both of them recognized and neither could entirely resist.
The family's confrontation with Esther reached its most personal and most painful point when she spoke to each of them individually, using the maternal knowledge she had accumulated over centuries of watching from the ancestral plane to make the most precise and most devastatingly accurate arguments available. She did not argue in general terms. She argued specifically, using the particular details of each child's experience of their immortal life as evidence for her conclusion that the life she had given them was not worth living. She told Elijah about the compromises he had made across 1,000 years in the name of family loyalty, the specific ways that loving Klaus had required him to be less than the person his own principles demanded. She named the things he had covered for and the things he had enabled, and the cost of being the person who holds a family together when the family is constituted as his was. She was not wrong about any of it. This was the most terrible thing about Esther. She was not wrong about the facts. She was wrong about the conclusion she drew from them. Wrong about whether the answer to the pain of existence was its cessation rather than its transformation. Wrong about her right to make that determination for people other than herself. But the facts she deployed were accurate, and Elijah, sitting across from her in the body she had borrowed, and listening to his mother tell him the truth of his long life with a precision that only she could have achieved, had no defense against the accuracy even while he rejected the conclusion. "You have always been too good for what you were asked to be," she told him, with what was genuinely love rather than simply manipulation. "Too honorable for the compromises his existence required of you. That is not your failing. It is mine." "It is yours," Elijah agreed quietly and precisely, "which is why it is not yours to correct." The resolution of Esther's campaign came through the convergence of her children's refusals. Not unanimous, not without the cost of Finn's alignment and Cole's partial engagement and Rebecca's genuine temptation, but sufficient. The family that had been defined for 1,000 years by its fractures produced, in the face of this specific threat, something that looked enough like unity to be functionally effective. Mikhail was dealt with, removed from the immediate situation through the combination of the family's collective power and the specific capability that Klaus brought to the confrontation with his stepfather. All the rage and the grief and the 1,000 years of surviving being aimed at by that particular weapon, finally finding its full expression. Esther was not destroyed, not permanently. A witch of her power operating from the ancestral plane could not be ended by the kind of force available in the physical world, and everyone involved understood that what had been accomplished was a setback rather than a conclusion, a disruption of her current plan, rather than an elimination of her capacity to pursue future ones. She receded from the immediate situation with the patience of someone who has more time than anyone else involved, and who understands that patience, in the long run, is the most powerful resource available. The family emerged from this period changed in ways that were not entirely visible in the immediate aftermath, but that would become clearer across the time that followed. They had been forced, by Esther's return, to answer a question they had been carrying without examining it. The question of whether they wanted to continue, and the answering of it, even for those who had answered it with refusal rather than acceptance, had changed the nature of what they were continuing into. They were no longer continuing by default, by the simple momentum of existing. They were continuing by choice, with the awareness of the alternative, and the decision that what they were building and protecting was worth the continuation. Hope was alive somewhere in the world, growing in the care of a woman who loved her, becoming herself in the specific daily way that children become themselves, through the accumulation of small experiences and the development of small capacities and the slow, irresistible emergence of a character that was hers alone, and that none of them had met yet, but all of them were already oriented toward. The family had answered Esther's question. They wanted to live. Not perfectly, not without the weight of everything that living this particular life had cost them, but genuinely, with the full knowledge of the cost, they chose to go on. That choice, freely made for perhaps the first time, was the difference. Every era produces its own form of threat, and the Michaelsons had lived through enough eras to understand that the nature of the danger changes even when the fundamental dynamic does not. What pursued them shifted across the centuries, from Mikhail's personal obsession to political enemies, to the structural threat of exposure to the intimate assault of Esther's return. But the underlying pattern remained constant. They built something. Something came for it. The question was never whether the threat would arrive, but what form it would take when it did, and how much of what they had built would survive the encounter. The Strix arrived in the form of something Elijah had himself created, which made their emergence as an antagonist one of the more philosophically uncomfortable developments in the family's long history. He had founded them centuries ago, in one of the periods between crises when the impulse towards something constructive, rather than merely defensive, had found expression in an actual institution, as the concept had been genuine. A society of the most refined and capable vampires, selected not for raw power, but for the specific combination of intelligence and discipline, and the capacity for the kind of long-term thinking that most vampires, addicted to the present tense of their own existence, could never quite develop. Elijah had believed in that founding moment that the vampire species was capable of something more than predation and survival, that gathering its best examples into a community oriented toward collective excellence could produce something that justified the existence of the species in ways that individual survival never could. He had not been entirely wrong about the potential, and what he had underestimated was the specific tendency of institutions created by idealists to be inherited by people whose relationship to the founding ideals is instrumental rather than genuine, who keep the structure and the aesthetic and the sense of collective superiority while quietly replacing the actual content with whatever serves the interests of whoever currently holds the most power within the organization. The Strix that returned as an antagonist was recognizable as Elijah's creation in his surface presentation. The elegance, the rituals, the emphasis on refinement and capability, the specific quality of collective self-regard that comes from membership in something that considers itself exceptional. Its actual values and purposes had been entirely reconstructed by the man who had come to lead it, who had found in the Strix's structure the perfect instrument for an agenda that had nothing to do with collective excellence and everything to do with the destruction of the originals. Tristan de Martel was Elijah's own sired progeny, a vampire of extraordinary capability and patience, who had spent centuries cultivating both his position within the Strix and his plan for using it. The specific shape of his plan was elegant in the way that plans built over long time frames can be. not the rushed construction of immediate grievance, but the careful architecture of someone who has thought about what he wants to accomplish and how for long enough that the thinking has produced something genuinely sophisticated, where he had identified the fundamental vulnerability of the original vampire's position in the supernatural world, the Sire lines, and had designed a trap around it that used the original's own significance as the mechanism of their destruction. The Sire lines connected every vampire in existence to the original who had created their bloodline. Tristan and the Strix had spent years mapping these connections with exhaustive care, establishing which vampires traced their existence to which original, building a complete picture of the dependency network that the original's immortality had created across the centuries. And then they had constructed a binding that linked the fate of prominent, powerful vampires, members of the Strix and their significant allies, to the continued existence of each original, creating a situation in which the destruction of an original would trigger the deaths of hundreds of vampires connected to them through these carefully constructed links. The trap was a masterpiece of leverage. Killing an original had always carried the consequence of destroying everyone in their Sire line, but this had functioned as a deterrent to the original's enemies, rather than a tool against the originals themselves. No one wanted to destroy hundreds of vampires simply to reach one target. Tristan's innovation was to reverse the direction of that pressure, to use the Sire line consequence not as protection for the originals, but as a leash. You cannot destroy us, because we have made ourselves integral to your continued existence. And every move you make against us is a move against the entire network of lives that depends on yours persisting. The originals were being told, in the most sophisticated possible terms, that their power had been converted into their cage. The prophecy arrived during this period with the specific timing of things that confirm what is already feared. Ancient in its origin, preserved through channels that spoke to its genuine significance, it stated simply that the Mikkelsen family would fall. One by friend, one by foe, one by family. 3 originals, 3 modes of destruction, all inevitable. The prophecy did not specify timing or sequence, or the specific form each destruction would take. It simply stated the outcome with the flat certainty that genuine prophecies carry, not as possibility, but as the record of a future already determined, waiting for the present to catch up with it. The family's response to the prophecy revealed something about each of them that their regular conduct kept more carefully hidden. Elijah received it with the specific kind of gravity he brought to things that confirmed the difficulty of his position. As the conscience of the family, as the one who had spent 1,000 years trying to hold together something the prophecy suggested could not be held together. He did not dismiss it. He also did not accept it as the final word, because accepting a prophecy as final was in direct conflict with the organizing principle of his entire existence, and which was that the right action in the present moment could change the shape of the future regardless of what had been predicted. He held the tension between taking it seriously and refusing to be paralyzed by it with the same composure he held most unbearable things. Klaus received it as a provocation rather than a verdict, which was perhaps the most Klaus response available. A prediction that the family would fall was, in his framing, an assertion he intended to disprove through force of will and sufficient preemptive violence, a challenge issued by the universe that he would answer in the way he answered all challenges, which was with the absolute refusal to accept that the outcome was fixed. The fury beneath this response was not entirely different from the fury that had characterized his response to every threat across 1,000 years. It was the fury of someone who has survived everything that was supposed to destroy him and has developed from that survival. A conviction that survival is always possible if the will to achieve it is sufficiently total. Rebecca heard it with the tired recognition of someone for whom prophecies of family doom had the quality of a recurring theme rather than a revelation. Freya arrived, and her arrival was perhaps the most significant single development of this entire period, because she was simultaneously a new presence and the oldest absence, the first sibling, the one who had been given away before any of the others had been born, the one whose existence most of them had not known about until the moment she appeared and announced it. She had been taken by Dahlia before the family came to the new world, given as payment for the fertility magic that had allowed Esther to conceive children at all. Dahlia was Esther's sister and a witch of power that exceeded even Esther's own considerable capability, who had developed that power through methods that had cost her everything the magic did not require, and whose relationship to the concept of payment was permanent and absolute. What she was owed, she collected, across whatever span of time the collection required. She had taken Freya, the firstborn daughter of Esther's magically enabled fertility, and she had kept her across the centuries as both a companion and a resource, and the power that flowed through Freya's bloodline accessible to Dahlia in specific ways that made the relationship less like guardianship and more like sustained exploitation. However genuine the attachment that developed within it, Freya had spent 1,000 years with Dahlia, had been shaped by that relationship in ways that the family she returned to could not immediately read or fully understand, had emerged from it as someone extraordinary in her power and deeply complicated in her psychology, capable of great love and carrying great damage, fiercely independent in the specific way of people who have had their independence systematically limited for so long that its assertion has become a fundamental part of their identity. She returned to the Michelson family not as a supplicant seeking rescue, but as an equal seeking alliance, and making clear from the very beginning that she was present on her own terms, and that the relationship she was offering was one between equals rather than between the found family and the person who'd been found. "You expected someone broken," she said to Klaus in one of their first real conversations, with the directness that was one of the qualities she shared with several of her siblings despite having been raised entirely separately from them. "Someone to rescue and manage." "I expected someone I didn't know," Klaus said carefully, which was honest if incomplete. "That remains true," Freya said. "What you do with the not knowing is the interesting question." The siblings who received her varied in their response in ways that reflected their individual characters. Elijah, whose orientation toward family was perhaps the most unconditional of any of them, extended the circle of his commitment to her with a naturalness that suggested it had always been prepared for her arrival. Rebecca found in her the specific kind of recognition that occurs between people who have both spent long periods being defined primarily by their relationship to Klaus, and who understand, without needing to explain it to each other, the particular texture of that experience. Klaus was cautious, with the caution of someone who has been given and had taken away too many times to receive new things without the accompaniment of significant suspicion. But he was also, beneath the caution, genuinely moved by her existence in a way he could not entirely suppress. Our Freya's power became immediately relevant to the threat the family was navigating, because what Tristan and the Strix had constructed required a magical response of a sophistication and scale that no currently available witch could provide. And Freya was not a currently available witch in the ordinary sense. She was something considerably more than that. 1,000 years of magical development, a power base that Dahlia's extensive and demanding tutelage had shaped into something formidable, capabilities that exceeded anything the New Orleans witch community could produce individually or collectively. Dahlia's arrival followed Freya's return, with the inevitability of a consequence following its cause. She had agreed across the centuries of keeping Freya hard to a specific arrangement whose terms included the surrender of every firstborn child in Esther's line with extraordinary magical power. Hope was the firstborn of the next generation of Mikkelsons, and Hope's power was extraordinary in the way that tribrid power is always extraordinary, exceeding the sum of its components, producing something qualitatively different rather than simply quantitatively more. Dahlia wanted her, not with the cruelty of someone who enjoyed the taking, but with the specific single-mindedness of someone who has defined their existence around the terms of an agreement and cannot conceive of the possibility that those terms might not be honored. Confronting Dahlia required the family to function as a unit in a way that their habitual dynamics made genuinely difficult. And watching them attempt it is one of the most revealing stretches of the entire Mikkelsen history, because it shows, under the pressure of a threat that none of them could address alone, the full complexity of what always and forever actually means when it has to be lived rather than simply declared. They argued as they always argued. They prioritized differently, pulled in different directions by the specific concerns that each of them was most oriented toward. Klaus's absolute commitment to Hope's safety sometimes conflicted with the tactical assessments of the people best positioned to advise him. Elijah's commitment to principle sometimes conflicted with the more expedient approaches that the situation seemed to require. Freya's independence, shaped by 1,000 years of operating alone, has sometimes produced decisions made without consultation that the others then had to navigate. And yet they held together through all of it, in the way that the family held together when the threat was severe enough to override the centrifugal forces of their individual damage. Imperfectly, with friction and cost, and the specific exhaustion of maintaining unity against the grain of 1,000 years of patterns that pulled against it. But sufficiently. Dahlia was defeated, though the defeat cost them in ways that added to the accumulating ledger of what being this family extracted from each of its members. The Hollow was a different order of problem entirely, and its emergence as the dominant threat of the family's experience in New Orleans represented an escalation of a specific kind. From antagonists who had human comprehensible motivations to something that did not have motivations in the way that people have motivations, that was ancient beyond the family's own considerable antiquity, that predated the Mikkelsens and predated the supernatural categories they operated within, and had been present in the soil of New Orleans as a lurking malevolence long before the city itself had been built over it. It was not a person. This is the essential thing to understand about the hollow, and it is harder to grasp than it sounds, because everything else the family had encountered had been at some level a person, damaged and dangerous and sometimes profoundly wrong in their choices, but constituted in a way that allowed for understanding and occasionally for redemption, or at least for the kind of comprehension that comes from recognizing shared experience. The hollow was not comprehensible in that way. It was force organized around appetite, an ancient consciousness whose interest in the world was purely extractive. It fed on death and suffering, and the specific energies released by violence had been feeding on them since before human memory, and had developed across those uncountable centuries into something capable of acting toward its own perpetuation with a sophistication that did not require anything like consciousness in the human sense. It had been present in the background of many things the family had experienced in New Orleans without being visible as a distinct entity, a pressure in the atmosphere of certain places, an amplification of the violence and chaos that the city periodically produced, an influence on events that shaped outcomes in the direction of more death and more suffering without any visible hand directing it. When it finally surfaced as a definable threat, it did so through the mechanism of possession and influence, working through people rather than acting directly, using the existing damage and ambition and grief of the people around it as instruments of its own perpetuation. It doesn't want anything we can negotiate with, Freya told the family, in the specific tone she used when she had exhausted the more optimistic analytical possibilities and arrived at the conclusion she had been hoping to avoid. It doesn't want power or territory or recognition. It wants to be sustained. Everything else is in service to that. Then we destroy it, Klaus said, with the characteristic simplicity of someone for whom destruction is always available as an answer. We can't destroy it, Freya said. Not permanently. Not with anything currently in our power. The most we can accomplish is containment. Then we contain it, Elijah said, whatever that requires. Freya looked at her brothers with the expression she wore when the answer to a question was going to cost more than the people asking it had calculated. What it requires, she said carefully, is that it be divided. I'd spread across multiple hosts in quantities small enough that no individual fragment has sufficient power to reconstitute the whole. She paused. It requires that whoever carries those fragments remain permanently separated from each other. The fragments need distance to remain inert. If the carriers come together, the pieces unite, and everything we've done to stop it becomes irrelevant. The room was quiet in the way rooms are quiet when something has been said that everyone in them is processing simultaneously, and that everyone understands will change things. How many carriers? Klaus asked. Freya told them. The number was not abstract. The number was specific, and it was personal, and it was the cruelest possible form that the solution to the hollow could have taken, because it was a solution designed by a universe that understood exactly what the Mikkelsen family most valued and had constructed the only available answer to their most urgent problem in the precise shape of the thing they could least afford to lose. The family that lived by always and forever was being told that the price of containing the hollow was permanent separation, that the vow they had made to each other across 1,000 years, the organizing principle of their entire existence, was the specific sacrifice the situation required. They could save the world, or they could stay together. They could not do both. The
conversation that followed this revelation is one of the most significant in the entire history of the Mikkelsen family. Not because of what was decided, the decision, and given who they were and what they had spent this entire period becoming, was perhaps inevitable, but because of what was said while they moved toward it. Each of them expressed, with the specific articulation that crisis sometimes produces in people who have been carrying things they have not had the language for, what always and forever actually meant to them, what the vow had been in practice across the centuries, what they were being asked to give up and why they were willing to give it. "It's a vow," Rebecca said, and her voice had the quality of someone saying something they have believed for a very long time and are finally saying out loud. It was always a vow, not a guarantee, not a promise that nothing would ever come between us. A vow, which means it survives even this. Klaus looked at her. "But even permanent separation, even that," she said, "because it's not about proximity. It never was. It was about choosing each other. We can do that from a distance." The hollow was contained. The family separated, carrying their fragments of ancient evil into the world's various corners, held apart by the necessity of what they had done and by the love that had made them willing to do it. Always and forever, in the silence after the separation, had become something different from what it had been when Elijah first said it in the ruins of their human lives. It had become something earned rather than simply declared, paid for in the most personal currency available, tested to the absolute limit of what a vow can bear and found, improbably and at enormous cost, still standing. And she came home the way things come home after long absences, not with the clean simplicity of restoration, but with the complicated reality of return, which always involves the discovery that both the thing that left and the place it left have changed in ways that require adjustment rather than simply resumption. Hope Mikkelsen arrived in New Orleans as a child who had been raised in deliberate ordinariness, in the careful quiet of a life constructed to keep her hidden, and she arrived into a city and a family that had been shaped by her absence in ways she could not yet fully read and that she would spend years learning to understand. She was young, and she was powerful, and she was entirely herself in the specific, irreducible way that children who have been genuinely loved are entirely themselves, not performing any version of who she was supposed to be, not yet worn into the accommodations that the world and her particular inheritance would eventually require, just present in the immediate and undefended way of someone encountering the full complexity of her own life for the first time. Rebecca had raised her well. This is the first and most important fact about Hope's childhood, the foundation on which everything else about her character was built, that the person responsible for her earliest years had brought to that responsibility the whole of herself, had given the role everything she had been the mother that Hope needed, rather than the guardian that the circumstances required, and the ordinariness of the life they had shared was real rather than performed. Small house, consistent routines, the daily textures of a childhood that was allowed to be a childhood, rather than a preparation for the supernatural inheritance that waited. Hope had known love before she knew power, had known safety before she knew threat, had known what it was to matter to someone in the uncomplicated and daily way that small children need to matter before she was introduced to the more complicated forms of mattering that her family's history involved. She had also known, from a certain age, that she was different. Not in the way that children sometimes feel different from their peers in the ordinary variations of personality and interest, but in the specific and undeniable way of a person whose relationship to the world is being actively managed by the people around her for reasons that are gradually becoming visible. Rebecca had been honest with her as the honesty became appropriate, releasing information in the portions that her age and her readiness could accommodate, building toward the full picture rather than delivering it all at once. Hope had known she was a witch before she knew she was a werewolf, before she knew she was a vampire's daughter, before she knew what that combination made her. And each revelation had been received with a particular combination of adjustment and integration that characterized her response to difficult information throughout her life. Klaus's first encounters with his daughter in the period of her return were among the most emotionally significant events of his entire existence, and he navigated them with the specific combination of absolute commitment and profound uncertainty of a man who loves something more than his own life and has no reliable instruction for what to do with that love in the practical context of actually being present for it. He'd been a father in the abstract for years, had organized his survival and his choices around the fact of Hope's existence, had fought for her safety with the total ferocity he brought to the protection of the things he loved most, had thought about her daily with the specific quality of attention that only the most important things receive. He had not been present. He had not been the person who dried her tears or answered her questions or sat beside her while she slept, or did any of the daily, accumulated, irreplaceable things that constitute actual parenting rather than the idea of it. This created a gap between them that love alone could not close, that required time and consistency and the willingness on both their parts to build something new rather than simply occupy the relationship that biology and circumstance had assigned them. Klaus understood this, and his understanding of it was itself one of the clearest expressions of how much he had changed across the years since Hope's birth. The man he had been at the beginning of the New Orleans story would have expected the love to be sufficient, would have found the gap intolerable and demanded its immediate closure through force of will. The man he was becoming understood that some things could not be forced, that the relationship he wanted with his daughter had to be built rather than claimed, and that the building required patience that he was genuinely trying to develop. "I don't expect you to know what to do with me," Hope told him, with a directness that was one of the qualities she had clearly inherited, and that operated differently in her than it did in him. Less defended, less weaponized, more straightforwardly honest. They were in the compound, in the early days of her being present in it, sitting in the particular awkward proximity of two people who are important to each other and do not yet have the language or the history to navigate that importance comfortably. I don't really know what to do with you either." Klaus looked at her with the expression he wore when something had disarmed him before he could arrange his defenses. That's a remarkably honest thing to say. Rebecca said honesty is more useful than pretending, Hope said. She said you'd probably appreciate it, even if it made you uncomfortable. "She knows me well," Klaus said quietly. "She knows everyone well," Hope said. "It's kind of her thing." The relationship built from moments like this, small, tentative,
gradually accumulating into something that had genuine texture and genuine trust. The specific kind of trust that has to be earned rather than assumed, and that is therefore more durable than the kind that arrives automatically. Klaus showed up consistently, which was perhaps the most important thing he did, and also the thing that required the most from him, because consistency had never been his gift, and the vulnerability of showing up for someone who could see you clearly and might find you insufficient was not a vulnerability he had historically been willing to occupy. He occupied it for hope with the determination of someone who has decided that this particular form of being seen is worth any exposure it involves. Hope's nature as a tribrid expressed itself gradually and then suddenly, in the way that supernatural abilities tend to develop. The slow building of a power base that is not yet fully accessible, followed by the moments of emergence that recontextualize everything that preceded them. Her witch abilities had been present since early childhood, at the most immediately expressive of her 3 inheritances, operating at a level that consistently exceeded what her training could account for and what her teachers could easily manage. The Salvatore School would provide a context for that development. A community of young supernatural beings navigating the same fundamental question of how to exist in the world with abilities that exceeded ordinary human parameters. But the specific quality of Hope's magic was something that the school's curriculum had not been designed for. Something that required supplementary guidance from people who understood the particular combination of inheritances she was working with. Freya became her primary magical mentor, and the relationship between them was one of the unexpected gifts of the family's complicated history. 2 people separated by generations but connected by bloodline and by the specific quality of their magical ability, finding in each other someone who could understand what they were working with from the inside rather than simply from technical knowledge. Freya taught Hope with the patience of someone who has spent 1,000 years developing an understanding of what extraordinary magical ability requires and costs, and what it can do to a person if it is not developed with both rigor and care. Hope learned with the voracious focus of someone whose abilities are genuinely urgent, not theoretical, not hypothetical, but pressing against her control in ways that demanded management, not as an academic pursuit, but as an immediate practical necessity. Your magic doesn't behave like other people's magic, Freya told her. During one of their sessions in the early period of Hope's engagement with her training. It doesn't respond to the same controls the same way. Is that a problem? Hope asked. It's a complexity, Freya said, which is different. Problems have solutions. Complexities have approaches. You'll spend your life developing better approaches rather than solving the fundamental fact of what you are. Hope considered this. That sounds exhausting. It is, Freya agreed, with the honesty that characterized her relationship with her niece throughout. It's also extraordinary. Both things are true simultaneously, and you'll get used to holding them both. Haley's role in Hope's daily life was the center of it, the organizing fact around which everything else arranged itself. She was the primary parent in the functional sense. The person Hope came to first. The person whose approval and disappointment carried the most weight. The person whose presence made any situation feel manageable and whose absence made even manageable situations feel uncertain. The bond between them had been built across the years of Hope's childhood in the accumulated daily way of bonds that are entirely real, and it had the specific quality of something that had been tested and had held, that had survived the difficulty of the unusual circumstances of their shared life, and had emerged from that difficulty stronger rather than weakened. Haley had fought to give Hope the most normal possible version of an inherently abnormal life, and the fighting had cost her in the choices she had made and the things she had given up, and the perpetual vigilance of a parent who understands that the threats to her child are real and specific and not going to disappear simply because she wishes they would. She was tired in the way that parents of children who require more than ordinary protection are tired, with the specific exhaustion of someone who has been alert for years and cannot entirely release the alertness even in the moments when the immediate danger has passed. She's going to be okay, Elijah told her. In one of the evenings they shared in the compound while Hope was engaged elsewhere, the kind of conversation that existed in the specific space their relationship occupied, unintimate and careful simultaneously, carrying years of feeling that had been expressed and not expressed, and partially expressed and revised. Whatever comes, she is more than equal to it. You've made her that way. Haley looked at him. We've made her that way, she said, with a particular precision of someone correcting something important. Elijah accepted the correction with a slight softening of expression that was as much as he typically allowed himself in these moments. Yes, he said. We have. Their relationship had developed across the years in the specific way of relationships between people who have been through enormous things together and whose feeling for each other has had to coexist with enormous complications. The complications of the family dynamics and the supernatural situation, and the specific ways that Elijah's loyalty to Klaus and Haley's own complex feelings about Klaus and her own life had repeatedly required them to navigate around or through or despite the thing between them rather than simply toward it. They had arrived across all of that navigation at something genuine and something lasting, something that had survived the test that the Mikkelsen world reliably produced, and that had its own integrity independent of the circumstances that had originally brought them together. The Hollow's influence returned with a specific quality of things that were contained rather than destroyed. Not a new invasion, but a resumption. The ancient malevolence that had been divided across the four carriers beginning to press against the boundaries of the containment with the patient. Incremental force of something that has more time than anything designed to stop it. The destabilization happened gradually at first, each of the four fragments becoming subtly more active. The carriers experiencing its influence as a kind of pressure that was initially manageable and then progressively less so. Hope felt it before anyone acknowledged it to her, which was characteristic of the family's approach to dangerous information and characteristic of her own unwillingness to accept that framing. She was old enough by this point to read the adults around her with the accuracy that children develop when they have been loved by complicated people. The ability to see what is being managed and what is being withheld, and what the management and withholding are in service of. She had her father's perceptiveness without his compulsive need to conceal it, and she used it with a directness that consistently surprised people who had underestimated how much she had absorbed simply by being present in her family's world. Something is wrong with them, she told Freya, naming the 4 carriers with the flat certainty of observation rather than fear. I can feel it. Whatever is in them is getting worse. Freya looked at her niece and made the calculation that she made increasingly often in these conversations. The calculation between protecting Hope from information she might not be ready for, and the recognition that Hope was generally more ready than the protection assumed. Yes, she said, it is. Then we need to do something about it, Hope said. We are trying, Freya said. Try faster, Hope said, with the specific impatience of someone for whom the people at risk are not abstractions but are her father and her family, and the concrete, daily, irreplaceable presences that organized her understanding of what her life was. And the possession arrived when it did, with the specific terrible efficiency of the Hollow acting through the gap in Hope's defenses that her love for her family had created. The Hollow's intelligence, such as it was, operated by identifying what mattered most to the people it wanted to reach and using that as the point of entry. Hope's love for her family was the most significant fact about her, was written into every part of how she moved through the world, and the Hollow had been patient enough and attentive enough to understand exactly how to use it. The possession was the most harrowing experience of Hope's life to that point, and one of the most harrowing experiences for the family, because watching someone you love be occupied by something that uses their face and their voice and their body while replacing everything that made them who they are is a specific and terrible thing, distinguishable from ordinary danger by the intimacy of the violation. The Hollow used Hope's extraordinary power with a facility that demonstrated exactly why it had wanted her specifically. The tribrid abilities that had made her remarkable made her under possession, catastrophic. The power available to the Hollow through her more than sufficient to accomplish the reconstitution it was working toward. Klaus's response to his daughter being possessed was the most extreme and the most complete expression of his protective instinct available. He would have done anything, literally and without qualification anything, to remove the Hollow from her. This was not strategy and it was not calculation. It was the absolute unmediated love of a father for his child, expressed in the only terms he had ever been fluent in, which were terms of absolute commitment to whatever the situation required. What the situation required, as Freya determined through the exhausting and precise work of finding a solution to a problem of this specific nature, was the division of the Hollow's essence across 4 hosts. The original plan, essentially, but now including Klaus among the carriers, spreading the ancient evil across enough separate people that no individual fragment had the critical mass to reconstitute. The carriers would have to remain separated as before. The separation would have to be permanent as before. The difference was that this time, the 4 carriers included Klaus, Elijah, Rebecca, and Cole. The 4 of them, the core of the family, the people around whom always and forever had been organized since the beginning. Haley understood what this meant before the full plan was explained, and her understanding arrived in her expression as something quiet and devastating that she absorbed without allowing herself to fully break open in front of the people who were making the decision, because breaking open would not help, and she understood that. She looked at Elijah across the room, and something passed between them that had the quality of a goodbye and also the quality of everything that was not a goodbye. everything that persisted regardless of proximity and distance and the specific cruelties that circumstances periodically required. Hope understood it too, and her understanding was different from Haley's in the specific way that a child's grief differs from an adult's. Less managed, more immediate, the loss arriving in her before she had constructed the framework to hold it at a distance. She looked at her father with the expression of someone whose world is being reorganized around a fact they cannot change, and who is learning in real time to reorient themselves around the new shape. "You're going to leave," she said to Klaus, not as accusation and not as question. "I'm going to keep you safe," Klaus said. "That's what this is." "Those are both true," Hope said, with a clarity that made him look at her with something that was entirely love and entirely grief simultaneously. "You're going to leave and you're going to keep me safe. Both." "Yes," he said. She held his gaze for a long moment. "Okay," she said finally. "Then okay." The word was not resignation. It was the decision of a person who has looked at a painful reality clearly and has chosen to accept it rather than fight it, who understands the difference between the things worth fighting and the things that need to be received and carried forward. It was the most adult thing Hope had said in her young life, and Klaus heard in it both the evidence of everything Haley and Rebecca and the family had given her, and the first clear expression of who she was going to be. Someone who could hold hard things without being broken by them. Someone whose love was strong enough to survive separation. Someone who carried the Mikkelsen capacity for absolute devotion without the Mikkelsen compulsion to destroy what she could not control, as she was her father's daughter, and her mother's daughter, and something entirely her own. And the city of New Orleans held all of it, the reunion and the separation, the love and the cost, the family gathering and then dispersing again with the specific rhythm that had characterized the Mikkelsen story from the beginning. Always and forever, in the mouth of a young girl who had not been present when it was first said, meant something new, meant something possible, meant something that the 1,000 years of damage preceding it had been building toward without knowing it. Hope Mikkelsen was the reason for all of it. She always had been, even before she existed. Every long story has a final chapter, and the final chapters of long stories are rarely what the people living them imagined they would be. They are rarely clean or triumphant or organized around the satisfying resolution of every thread that was introduced across the preceding narrative. They are more often the specific kind of ending that life produces rather than the kind that fiction promises, complicated and bittersweet, and shaped as much by what could not be fixed as by what was, carrying within them the full weight of everything that preceded them, requiring the people who must live through them to find meaning not in the tidiness of resolution, but in the quality of what was present in the living of the story, regardless of how it ended. The Mikkelsen story's final chapter began not with a single dramatic event, but with a gradual convergence of consequences. All the threads that had been running since the beginning, all the debts and promises and unresolved tensions and half-healed wounds, moving toward each other with the slow but irreversible logic of things that have been in motion long enough that they will inevitably meet. The separation imposed by the Hollow's containment had dispersed the family across the world, each carrier maintaining the distance that kept the ancient evil inert. conducting their lives in the specific isolation of people who understand that coming home would cost more than they are permitted to pay. Marcel remained in New Orleans as its king, and the kingdom he governed had evolved in the years of the original's absence into something that was genuinely and completely his, not the inheritance he had managed in their first absence, not the power he had built in reaction to their return, but something that had found its own identity and its own purpose in the specific way of institutions that had been given sufficient time and sufficient quality of leadership to develop character rather than simply structure. He governed well, with a combination of intelligence and genuine care for the city that Klaus had modeled for him and that he had made his own, adding the specific qualities of his own character. A democratic instinct that Klaus had never possessed, a willingness to share power that the Mikkelsens had historically found genuinely difficult, a sense of the city as something he was responsible to, rather than simply responsible for. And his relationship with Klaus existed in the strange sustained intimacy of two people who are permanently important to each other, across a distance that cannot be collapsed. They were in contact, the connection between them too fundamental to simply cease, but the contact carried the full complexity of everything their history contained. Marcel had become, across the years, the most honest mirror Klaus possessed, not because he told Klaus comfortable truths, but because his existence as the thing Klaus had made him, as the child shaped by the father's values and the father's damage and the father's genuine love, who had grown into someone capable of making better choices than the father, reflected back to Klaus a version of his own legacy that he had not been able to see clearly from the inside of his own life. You built this, Klaus told him. During one of their conversations in a period when Klaus had managed brief time in the city, despite the ongoing need for separation. He was looking at New Orleans from the balcony of the compound, at the city that had been the site of so much of their shared history. Not me, not anymore. Marcel looked at him with the assessment that had become the fundamental mode of their relationship. You built the foundation, he said. I built the house. The house is better than anything I would have built, Klaus said, and the words carried the specific weight of something genuinely meant, rather than strategically offered. Marcel was quiet for a moment. You taught me everything I know about building, including the mistakes, Klaus said. Especially those, Marcel agreed. Those were the most useful parts. It was the most honest conversation they had had in the entire span of their relationship. And it had the quality of conversations that happen when people are nearing something and both of them know it. The quality of accounting, of the things that need to be said being said while there is still time to say them. Elijah's amnesia arc was the development that changed the nature of the final chapter most significantly, because it introduced into the family story a question that none of the preceding 1,000 years had asked in this specific form. The question of whether a person is better or worse without the memory of their worst acts, whether the self that emerges from the erasure of its darkest history is a truer or a lesser version of who that person actually is. He had chosen the erasure deliberately, with a full knowledge of what he was doing, and with a quality of intention that made the choice something other than simply escape. He had spent 1,000 years as the family's conscience, absorbing the full weight of their history as his own, carrying the accumulated record of every compromise and every act of damage that the always and forever vow had required him to facilitate or excuse or simply witness and continue to love despite. The weight of it had become, across the long centuries and the specific events of the New Orleans period, something beyond what his capacity for endurance could continue to manage, without a cost to himself that he had not previously been willing to acknowledge. He went to a witch and had his memories removed. He woke into a version of himself that was still recognizably Elijah, still honorable, still oriented toward decency, still possessed of the fundamental qualities of character that had always defined him, but lighter, unburdened. The specific gravity of 1,000 years of Klaus's darkness no longer residing in his cells alongside his own identity. He was gentler without the weight, more at peace, capable of the kind of ordinary daily joy that the Elijah who remembered everything had not been able to access for longer than he could have accurately calculated. He fell in love with Antoinette, a vampire whose life was entirely outside the Michelson world, whose relationship to power and to the supernatural community was uncomplicated by the specific history that made every relationship Elijah had ever had carry additional weight, as she loved him as he was without the memories, not as the eldest Michelson brother, not as the keeper of always and forever, not as Klaus's most devoted protector and most exhausted defender, but as the person she had met and come to know in the specific and present way that love develops between people who are encountering each other without the furniture of complicated prior history filling every room of the relationship. Klaus found him eventually. Klaus always found people when finding them was sufficiently important, and finding Elijah was the most important thing Klaus had ever needed to do, because Elijah, without his memories, was a version of his brother that Klaus could not sustain the existence of, not out of selfishness, though the selfishness was present, but out of the genuine conviction that the Elijah who did not remember was an incomplete version of the person his brother actually was, that the memories were not simply a burden, but also the substance of who Elijah had become across the centuries, that a person is made of their history in ways that cannot simply be subtracted without subtracting the person as well. The confrontation between them had the quality of every confrontation between Klaus and Elijah across 1,000 years, charged with love and with competing convictions, neither of them entirely wrong, both of them willing to fight for what they believed, because what they believed mattered to them in the way that only the deepest things matter. "You took everything," Klaus told him, in the specific anguish of someone who has found the person most important to them, and discovered that the finding is not the same as the return. Every year, every decision, every moment of what we were to each other, you took all of it, and you chose to lose it. Elijah, the Elijah without memories, the lighter Elijah, the Elijah at peace, looked at his brother across the distance of everything that had been removed from between them. "I don't know who you are," he said, and the simplicity of it was more devastating than any elaboration could have been. "I know," Klaus said. "That's the problem." The question of whether Elijah should reclaim his memories was not simple, and the story treated it with the seriousness it deserved rather than collapsing it into an obvious answer. The Elijah without memories was genuinely happier, or was genuinely better able to access the parts of himself that the weight of the past had been obscuring. The question of whether happiness achieved through erasure is genuine happiness, of whether peace purchased by the removal of the knowledge that makes peace difficult is actual peace or simply comfortable ignorance, is one of the oldest questions available and does not have a clean answer. What the story found in working through Elijah's arc was that the answer was specific to the person and the situation. That for Elijah, whose identity was so constituted by his relationships and his history, that removing the history removed something essential rather than something incidental. The memories were not separable from the self in the way the erasure had assumed. He chose to reclaim them, eventually, and the choosing was itself the expression of who he fundamentally was. The person who does not take the easier road when the harder one is the more honest one, who accepts the weight of his own history as the price of being fully himself, rather than a more comfortable approximation. He came back to his memories and to his brother, and to the 1,000 years of everything that had always been between them. And the returning was both worse and better than the absence had been. Hope at the Salvatore School was her own story within the larger family story, a narrative of a young person learning to exist in the world as herself, rather than as the thing that the world's various interested parties needed her to be. And the school gave her a community of peers who were navigating the same fundamental question: how to be powerful and young and responsible for an inheritance you did not choose and cannot put down. And within that community, she found the specific kinds of relationship and growth that had been difficult to access in the more isolated context of her earlier life. She was remarkable in ways that the school's other students could see clearly, because remarkable people are generally visible to other remarkable people in ways they are not always visible to ordinary observers. Her magical ability was extraordinary and everyone knew it. What was less immediately obvious, and what became more visible across the time she spent in the school's community, was the quality of her character, the specific combination of her father's intensity and her mother's directness, and Rebecca's warmth, and Elijah's moral seriousness, and all the other inheritances from people who had loved her, that had combined in her in a way that was genuinely her own, genuinely hope, not a composite or a reflection, but a person. She struggled, as remarkable people in unusual circumstances struggle, with the specific difficulty of existing at the intersection of multiple worlds and belonging completely to none of them. She was too much of a Michelson for the ordinary supernatural world, and too much her mother's daughter for the pure Michelson world, and too much herself for any category available to contain her. She was learning, across the years of the school's community, what it meant to carry all of that without being diminished by the parts that did not fit. Klaus received updates about her life with the specific quality of attention of someone for whom each piece of information is simultaneously wonderful and painful. Wonderful because she was alive and growing and becoming herself. Painful because the becoming was happening at a distance he could not cross. He had missed years of her childhood already, and the years of the separation were adding to that total. And the accumulation of missed time was one of the things he carried alongside the hollow's fragment in the daily reality of his separated existence. He painted her. Of course he painted her, because this is how Klaus processed everything that mattered most. Through the act of capturing it in a way that could be held and returned to, uncreating in image what he could not have in presence. He painted her from the photographs and the descriptions and the fragments of footage that found their way to him, building across the separated years a visual record of the daughter he was not present to know daily, a record that was also an act of sustained love, the daily expression of a connection that physical distance could not sever. The darkness within the carriers was worsening, as Freya had predicted it would, as everyone involved had known it would from the moment the containment was established. The hollow's fragments were not static. They were active in the specific patient way of the hollow, pressing against the boundaries of containment with the relentless incremental force that had been their fundamental nature since before memory. The carriers were experiencing the escalation in ways that varied with their individual constitutions, but that all pointed in the same direction, toward a threshold beyond which the containment would fail regardless of their continued separation. Freya worked. This is the simple statement of what occupied her in the final period, the thing around which her considerable intelligence and power were organized without rest or reservation. She was looking for a solution that did not yet exist, developing magical approaches that were genuinely novel because the problem they were addressing was genuinely novel, extending herself to the limits of what her extraordinary capability could accomplish in the service of the people she loved. The work was exhausting and frequently discouraging and absolutely continuous, because the alternative to the work was accepting an outcome she had decided she would not accept. The family gathered despite the risk, as the Mikkelsen family always eventually gathered, despite whatever stood against it, because the vow was real, and the pull of it exceeded the rational assessment of the cost of yielding to it. They came together in the city that had been the center of their story, in the compound that had been the physical expression of the family they had tried to be, and the gathering itself was both the most dangerous thing they could do and the most essentially true thing available to them. New Orleans received them with the specific quality of a place that has been holding something in trust and has waited without impatience for the moment of return. The city's stones knew them, or seemed to, the quarter carrying the impression of their long presence, the way places carried the impression of the lives conducted within them, in the quality of the atmosphere and the specific feeling of standing somewhere that has been important. Klaus stood in the compound and looked at the people around him, his siblings scattered back to the center despite everything. Marcel, who had built something real in the city he had been given. Hope, who had grown into herself more completely than he had dared to hope she would. Haley, who had given everything for the family, including the ease of her own life. And he felt something that he had spent 1,000 years moving too fast to feel. He felt the full weight of it, all of it. The love and the grief and the damage and the beauty and the cost and the extraordinary, improbable fact that after everything, after 1,000 years of running and breaking and destroying and surviving, this was what remained. These people, this city, this family in all its impossible, damaged, devoted complexity. We're all here, Rebecca said beside him, with the specific quality she had when she was letting herself feel something she had been managing for a long time. Yes, Klaus said. It feels different, she said, from before, every other time we've been together. Klaus was quiet for a moment, considering what it felt like. Before, we were always waiting for the next thing, he said finally. The next threat, the next running, the next crisis. We were always together in service of something. This feels like..." He paused. "I'd like we're just here," Rebecca said. "Just together. Just this." "Yes," Klaus said. "Like that." The darkness within the carriers reached its threshold in the days after the gathering, as it was always going to, as Freya's calculations had predicted with an accuracy that was the most painful expression of her gift for this kind of work. The solution she had been building toward came into clarity in those final days, and it was the solution that the story had been moving toward since the Hollow was first identified, the one that required the most and promised the least in the way of comfort and the most in the way of love. The gathering had not been a mistake, despite the risk, and it had been the necessary precondition of the ending. The family needed to come together one final time, not because strategy required it, but because always and forever required it, because the vow that had organized their entire existence needed to be present in the room when what came next was decided, needed to be witnessed and honored in the most complete way available before it was expressed in its final and most costly form. Hope sat with Klaus in the library of the compound in one of those final evenings, in the room full of books that Elijah had accumulated across centuries and that had been the setting of so many of the family's most significant conversations across the years of the New Orleans story. She was not a child anymore. She had not been a child for some time. But the not being a child was most visible in moments like this, in the quality of her presence, the steadiness of her gaze, the specific way she occupied the silence with the comfort of someone who has learned that silence does not need to be filled. "Whatever you're thinking about doing," she said, "I need you to know that I already know." Klaus looked at her. "You know." "I've known for weeks," she said. "Freya isn't as good at keeping things from me as she thinks she is. Neither are you." She paused. "Neither is anyone in this family, actually. You're all terrible at secrets when the secret is something you feel guilty about." Something crossed Klaus's face that was not quite a smile. "I've been told I have a tendency toward transparency in specific circumstances." "You love me," Hope said simply. "That makes you transparent. Why, it's okay." She held his gaze across the quiet of the library, in the specific atmosphere of a conversation that both people know is one of the last important ones they will have. "I'm not going to tell you not to. I already know there's no point. Hope. I'm also not going to pretend it doesn't matter," she said, "or that I'm fine with it, because I'm not fine with it. And it does matter, and you deserve to know that it matters before you." She stopped, took the breath that was also a composure. "Before. I know it matters," Klaus said, and his voice had the quality it rarely had. Entirely without defense, entirely present, entirely his. "There is nothing I have ever done or been that has mattered more than you. Nothing in 1,000 years. Hope held that for a moment. Then she reached across the space between them and took his hand in the direct, uncomplicated way that had always been her way. Not performing comfort, not managing either of their emotions, just present. "Tell me something," she said. "Something I don't know about you. Something you've never told anyone." And Klaus, who had spent 1,000 years protected by secrets, told her. The night settled around the compound and around the city and around the long story of the family that had loved and broken and survived and built and lost and gathered and was now moving toward its ending. And New Orleans held all of it in the specific way it had always held everything, in his soil and his stones, and the quality of the air after something significant, which in this city was simply always the quality of the air, because in New Orleans, the significant things never fully leave. They stay layered into the place, accumulated into its particular atmosphere. They become part of what it is. They persist, always and forever, in the silence of the final night. Was not a vow anymore. It was a fact, the most enduring kind, the kind that does not require anyone to keep saying it because it has become simply true, the way the oldest things are simply true, without ceremony or declaration, just present, just this, just love in all its impossible and costly and entirely worthwhile form. They chose each other at the end, as they had always chosen each other, imperfectly, at enormous cost, with a full knowledge of what the choosing required and the full willingness to pay it. Klaus and Elijah walked into the dark together, on carrying the Hollow's poison out of the world and out of their daughter and out of the family they had broken and built and broken again across 1,000 years of trying. Hope lived. The city endured. Marcel remained, king of the place his father had loved most, and the family that had never quite managed to be what it wanted to be had, in the end, managed the only thing that actually mattered. They had loved each other. Badly sometimes, and beautifully sometimes, and always with a totality that only the most damaged and most devoted hearts are capable of. So rest now, my moonlit wanderers. Let the Mikhailson story settle into the quiet around you, all that love and loss dissolving into something softer. 1,000 years of always and forever finding its peace at last. Dream gently. You are safe. The night holds you, and the story is complete. Good night.